Good morning, you crazy cats, and welcome to Tuesday. It is Phase 2, and we are back here at the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and we're just about to get underway with our first match of the day. Round-robin format, of course, again in Group A, as we see Richie Burnett and Kevin Burness returning after what was an incredible day of darts yesterday. The Northern Irishman, 55-year-old from Ballywalter, throwing a 24-gram dart, and will do so today with lots of confidence. 54-year-old from the Valleys, the former champion of the world, Richie Burnett. He's the one who maybe has to improve the most today to put himself in the reckoning for the top spot in Group A, which is where they're all aiming for, because yesterday we had one undefeated player in Martin Adams, and he occupies top spot and also has a 4-point buffer at the top of that table. Only the league leader after tomorrow's play will progress through to Saturday's finals.
Game on.
So these two are playing catch-up, but more so for Richie Burnett,
60.
as he starts today in the table in 5th position on 4 points and a leg difference of -3. Kevin Burness, however,
45.
is starting in a stronger spot on 6 points and a leg difference of +3. And if he gets an early win here against Burnett, he will close the gap to Adams to just 2 points. But it has to be said, yesterday
45.
was our best ever day of Online Darts Live League action. I say ever in 2021, because the stats
60.
definitely weren't lying to us last night when we collated them all. We had an overall average yesterday of 94.46,
95.
which is something in the region of a 5% improvement on what we usually see. Throughout Phase 1, we had an overall
85.
average of around 84. But based on the way that these players had performed through Phase 1, the average improvement was around 5%. So overall, on everybody who's played, it was a 10%, even an 11% improvement. Just goes to show how well everybody played. It's Burnett who gets himself down to the 2-darter first.
100.
And he can't afford any
Richie,
mistakes
you require
at the
56.
beginning of play. Double top.
46.
Narrowly misses double 10. You heard that
Kevin, you
definitive
require
clip of the wire.
76.
Unfortunately for Richie, it was on the wrong side of it. Double top.
Game shot.
Very good
First
and
leg.
very
Kevin
Burness-like, because yesterday he stole a leg at the very start with a 161 checkout. This is a little bit easier, but just as important, as he gets himself the jump on Richie Burnett. 1-0
Second leg,
Burness.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
There were so many highlights from yesterday. I could wax lyrical
140.
about what we saw yesterday for hours and hours and hours. And funnily enough, I've got about 4.5 hours to talk. So let's get into what happened yesterday.
45.
We saw the second biggest average in Live League history yesterday from this man. 117.2.
83.
I'm sure that is a personal best for Kevin Burness. I'm pretty certain it will be, considering that how he's played over the last 5 or 6 years. He hasn't averaged anywhere close to that.
140.
It was an almost faultless performance. But looking at the grand spectrum of things that we saw on Monday, every player, apart
58.
from Richie Burnett, improved their average from Phase 1 with yesterday's showings. Burnett was down by about 0.5%, but everybody else was
60.
drastically up. Burness up by 7.4 points. Thornton up by an even 5. Adams up by 6.1 points.
60.
Same for Arron Monk, 6.11 to be exact. Richardson up by 6.73 on his usual average in online darts live league action. And he still found himself at the bottom of the table.
100. Kevin, you require 160.
Not going to get the big out here.
85.
But he's going to get himself down to
Richie, you
something very
require
similar
156.
to what he took in the first leg. He is going to be livid with that second dart. You can see that he is, because that first one was so perfect.
118.
Still a great
Kevin, you
visit.
requires 75.
Single 18 this time to leave tops.
Game
And takes
shot on the
it.
second leg.
Just
Kevin
full of
Burnett.
confidence and taking every chance he gets right now. I think we're starting to see a pattern with Burness. Do not leave him on the 2 darters or the equivalent of, because he's going to take them.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned all of those improvements in performance yesterday for the players.
180.
That's an improved beginning to leg 3. But it wasn't just the averages. It was the doubles percentage overall as well.
100.
Throughout phase 1, it was around about 1 out of 3, which is very respectable. But yesterday, we were touching 40%. A 6% improvement in checking out
140.
overall throughout an entire day of 15 matches. No matter where you look, there was improvement.
99.
And every player had a minimum of a best leg of 12. 4 of the players had an 11 darter. Kevin Burness had 2 of them.
140.
You talk about astonishing standard. Let's talk about this leg, because this is blistering from the Prince of Wales.
42. Richie, you require 41.
Well, he's not going to leave Burness on a 2 darter here.
25.
But he is going to keep him alive in the leg by not taking care of that third leg in 12 darts.
60.
I think the white
Richie,
flag
you
has been
require
waved
16.
in this third leg now, and Burnett should be taking care of this. Slide to the right, and then he has to go to the top right. Gets
Game
it right
shot
in the
the
bottom
third
corner.
leg, Richie
His
Burnett.
celebration from Richie Burnett. He is so good to watch, isn't he? Because he wears his heart on his sleeve. He really does want to stay in touch with the people at the top. And he's just got himself into this match with his first leg of the
Fourth
contest.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I actually ran into Richie this morning. There's a very small
99.
supermarket very close to our studio. And he was walking there this morning with Robert Thornton. And I was walking in the opposite direction, getting some supplies for our production crew.
60.
And yesterday, we crossed paths at the exact same point, at the exact same time. And here's me thinking that dart players are creatures of habit. And from about 30 yards away,
100.
Richie Burnett cries out, "It's Groundhog Day!" And being from South Wales, he said it very eloquently. He almost sang it. Got an amazing sense of
81.
humour, has Richie. And it is one of the reasons why I love him so much. All we ever talk about are episodes of Blackadder.
60.
He can get himself back in the match here with something big.
140.
Putting everything into every dart. And he knows he's a maximum away from a leg-winning double.
100.
He'll have to rely on Burness missing the 1-4-2. And I'm not taking anything for granted this week. However, that's only 6 points. That leaves 2-1-4. So he may go treble 18 here. Possibly treble 19.
20.
Doesn't leave a finish, and Burness
Kevin,
gets
you
a little bit
require
of space.
142.
If he's been missing that 60 this morning, it has been high.
40.
Oh, he's missed it completely there. That's a really unlucky deflection. Maybe that's a sign that Burnett is not out of this leg.
59.
A big change
Kevin,
of
you
mind on
require
that last dart, and he
102.
might have needed to go for the 65 shot there instead of going for the 19s. Maybe the 25 was the right play
52.
to leave
Richie,
130
you require
or something better if he'd have got
136.
the bullseye. This is a difficult out, which is possible. Just misses out. There was a big enough gap there for the dart to
96.
nestle under the first
Kevin, you
one,
require 50.
but he couldn't find the gap. Double top. First time he's missed it.
30.
And he has missed the double 10
Richie,
by
you
quite some
require
distance.
40.
Richie riding his luck.
Game
Riding
shot
his
on
luck
fourth
to the
leg,
fourth
Richie
leg.
Burnett.
And things have changed a little bit after a blistering start and not missing any doubles in the first couple of legs. Burness has regressed. And as a result, we have a level game after 4 legs going into the
Fifth
5th.
leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
We do have the same players as yesterday. Everybody is fitting well. Robert Thornton and Martin Adams to come in game number 2. James Richardson and Arron Monk to come in game 3. I was impressed with Arron Monk yesterday. I thought he was very level-headed.
83.
And even though he didn't top the group yesterday, he finished in 4th position, in fact. He looked useful.
60.
But they're all trying to catch Adams. And when it comes to overall win percentage in every game they've played in the Online Darts Live League so far,
100.
there are 2 players in this field who have better win percentages than everybody else. And it maybe this is the telling statistic. They are Adams and Burness.
140.
Their win percentages, Burness first, 76.32. Adams, 74.39.
140.
So in roundabout sort of way, they win 3 of every 4 matches, which is incredibly strong. But they both can't go through this group. One of them, or indeed maybe both of them, will have to qualify via
78.
the Thursday and Friday
Richie,
groups.
require 141.
There's the one. There's 60 more. Another one.
81.
Oh,
Kevin, you
look at
require
how much he's
100.
trying to get out of his game today. 95 left. This is a huge opportunity now for Richie Burnett.
27.
It's like a caged animal at the back of the
Richie, you
room there.
require 60.
Wherever this single goes, it'll be in the way. Well, that's good enough. It's just to the right of the single.
40.
But that one is not close.
Kevin, you
Didn't get enough
require
punctuation
73.
through the air. And Burness, who's taken out 76 and 75 already, is looking for something very similar. Same end double.
33.
Very different result.
You require 20.
Double 10 is
Show the
perfect.
fifth leg,
And from
Richie
2-0 down, Richie Burnett is now 3-2 up. He could be saving his skin a little bit here. And if he does win this, he will join Kevin Burness on 6 points. We're going into the 6th now. Can Richie Burnett get it done 4-2?
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
If that is to be the case, it will have to be another break of throw for Richie.
59.
Judging by some of the conversations I've had with people over the years, they've told me that it's
60.
very difficult to play against Burnett when he is so animated, and of course he's got a lot of movement in his follow-through.
180.
But when Richie's in a small room like this, you know he's there. He's impossible to ignore. So Richie Burnett, in my opinion, is the ultimate
140.
test of focus. You have to give Burness a lot of credit. Yes, he's lost his lead from 2-0 and he's now 3-2 down.
100.
But he's responded really, really well in this sixth leg. Get a 140 and you have a guaranteed shot for the match.
83.
He doesn't get there.
$105.
Very, very sensible stuff to leave the two dart at. A single 20 there, leaving 62, may have only guaranteed him one shot at the outer ring, but getting the 25 ensures him of two if he gets the single, which he does. And this first match of the day is going all the way. We've seen definitive spells where 2 legs go to Burness, 3 to Burnett. Then we could potentially have another spell for Burness. Can he win the last leg to win 4-3?
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Great first game. Average for Burnett, 86.94.
96.
81.56 for Burness. I'm emphasising the last 2 letters of their surname because they're very similar.
60.
Better doubles percentage for Burness. He's at 50%, the Northern Irishman. Richie down at 28%. But the stats go out the window when it comes to last leg deciders.
140.
First things first, it's about who's got the throw, who is using their darts better around about this time of the leg.
60.
Currently, it is Richie Burnett. He is in position to win this match. Just has to close it out. Just a bit erratic on the first 2.
30.
Make that the 3 because only 38 invites Burness back into this match. And this last leg, if he gets a 2 treble visit, 2 big trebles, I might add,
123.
that he delivers. The big trebles have dried up for Burnett in the last 6 darts. Could be costly. But he's still in command, no matter what happens with this last dart.
Richie, you require
It's edgy stuff. I think they both recognise that they need to keep winning to stay with Adams. Needs a big treble just to take some pressure off. Should really go for the 18s here.
57.
Does so. The single squares it up to 110, and that gives him choices when he comes back.
60.
But Burness
Richie,
does not get a big treble.
110.
Should be a match start coming in. We haven't had one yet, but now we do. And it's the only one we require. He really did canter towards that finishing line, but when he saw the white tape, he ran through it. A really good performance in the end for Burnett, who was 2-0 down, then eventually pegged back after being 3-2 up, but he does get 2 vital points, and he fights his way to them in the end. Robert Thornton and Martin Adams, a definitive brilliant game that we had yesterday. Well, we're just about to get another. So Robert and Martin, come on down. Tidy start for Richie Burnett in match number 1 as Kevin Burness tastes defeat for the 3rd time this week. He'll have to rebound in a few games' time, but now let's get down to the board to see Martin Adams looking for his 6th consecutive victory of the week, and Robert Thornton, who will start today's table in 3rd spot, but has now been demoted down to 4th because of that win for Burnett. He's looking to respond in kind in the way that Richie has done against the former England captain, who had a perfect day yesterday. Age is but a number in sport these days. We talked about Phil Mickelson yesterday being the oldest major golf champion from Sunday at the PGA Championship. Well, Martin Adams is 13 years older than the golfing great, and he is still a great dart player. There are more titles for him to clasp onto over the coming seasons. We are sure of it. Is he going to get his name on the list for the finals on Saturday through Group A? Well, he's in position to do that because of that win for Burnett against Kevin Burness. He still has that 4-point buffer at the top of this table. And if he wins against Thornton
Robert to throw first.
on Tuesday morning in his first game, he could open up a 6-point gap. I don't think I've seen that in the Group A's that I have covered so far.
100.
So Robert has got to be hot from the start. Yesterday, Robert picked up 4 points. Won 2 games, lost 3. Average for the day of 92.59. And based on how he has played in the Online Darts Live League so far this year,
95.
That was an improvement of exactly 5 points. Had a high checkout yesterday of 147. That was a real beauty. It wasn't the biggest of the day because the biggest came from James Richardson. The maximum checkout of 170. But overall, Robert played extremely well early yesterday.
40.
But he did peter out a little bit by the end. His average yesterday against Martin was just a shade over 85. But it was nowhere near the winning average of Martin, who won their corresponding game yesterday in game 14 by 4 legs to 2 with an average of just shy of 101.
171.
The equivalent of a maximum downstairs gets him to 95. We did see a lot of action yesterday on double 19
80.
early in
Robert,
the piece.
You require 95.
So will he get a shot at it? He's not going to use it. Interesting. He's gone for the bullseye route.
70.
And it almost worked.
Martin, you require 149.
The 149 is not scared. Robert's a bit of a traditionalist, so he will
60.
go for
Robert, you require
988. But there was a time yesterday where he was going for 17 instead. Back to tradition.
21.
Unfortunately for him,
Martin, you require
tradition
89.
has not paid off. This would be very similar to what we saw at the beginning of the last match. A 2-dart steal. Oh, it's stolen as well. Right in the corner. And for a second there, Robert probably peeked over Martin's shoulder and just saw, is that in double 11? Oh, no, it's not. It's in double 8. And the 8-9 checkout gives Martin Adams a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I made a bit of a quip yesterday to my co-commentator, Chris Mason, saying that I think I drew a very good group this week in Group A. Somewhat smugly said, as Mace was probably in the gym watching along, and I think I'm rather lucky to watch this one.
60.
And to call this for you guys on the Online Darts Live League YouTube page. and of course via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker. But after yesterday, I wouldn't have swapped it for the world.
81.
It was extraordinary. Really enjoyed it. Loads of conversation this morning between myself and the crew about how good it was yesterday.
140.
I don't expect them to improve again. But if it's somewhere close to what we had yesterday, I'll take that. But the fact of the matter is,
100.
with Martin's position being so strong at the top of the table, if he's going to be caught, maybe not today, but tomorrow, someone
57.
is going to have a very good 48 hours. I had a lovely chat with Martin after yesterday's session,
97.
talking about his plans going forward. And there was a big question mark around that conversation because he wasn't 100% sure as to what he's going to do.
100. Martin, you require 100.
We know that he can't go to the challenge tour because he didn't go to Q school. He is the master of his own destiny. He's just waiting for the right tournaments to come around. But he said right now, he is immensely enjoying
100.
this experience of the Live League. He really does love playing in it. Another for double 12.
132.
That turned out to
Martin,
be
you require
an
38.
excellent chance to get that second leg. And we are on double 19 eventually. Thought we might get a shot at it in leg one. We didn't. But we get a hit on it
Second leg, Martin
in leg two. And 2 legs up to Martin Adams now. And both times he has hit the requisite double, he's hit it right in the corner. So if Robert Thornton's watching this, he's thinking, it doesn't matter where the blockers are, Adams is finding the corners. A bad sign for the field.
Game on. $100.
I really don't mind going straight for the double 19. A lot of people like going 6 double 16, and I have done that myself in the past. But when you look at the pitfalls of missing the double 19, that was a really good example of what I'm about to say. Let's say you pull that dart a little bit to the left and you go into the double 7. You've still got a really favourable double in double 12. If you push it to the right,
100.
you've got a brilliant double in double 16. So what I'm saying is just don't hit the high single. Don't hit the 19. Don't hit the 7 or the 3. If you're going to miss the double to the left or right.
180.
And Martin Adams is not missing much. Yesterday he was top of the 180 charts with Burnett on 10.
140.
And he's just got his first of the day. Robert was in 3rd spot in that chart. He got 8.
100. Robert, you require 161.
He's in early trouble here. And if he loses this game to Martin Adams,
68.
the gap between the two of
Martin, you
them
require
will be
140.
8 points, the equivalent of 4 victories. Great recovery.
74.
Just knew he was going to go treble 13 instead of treble 19. Again, it's the bullseye route on the 90 plus checkout, and it's the bullseye again. This time he gets it.
Robert Thornton.
Just had a sneaky feeling he was going to get that because the guide was so lovely. He could aim for the flight and just let it nestle next to the dart. There, he tried to guarantee himself a shot at the bullseye for the leg. Gets the shot, takes the shot. 2-1.
Game on.
This darts match is very symptomatic of something we're going to see in the summer. England versus
100.
Scotland, which I believe is a football match which will grace the Euro 2021 group stage.
95.
You get the feeling that the United Kingdom might shut down that day for that match. I remember the last time they played in 1996 in a major competition. There wasn't a great deal of cars on the road that day.
41.
But when it comes to England versus Scotland rivalries in darts, of them there have been plenty. Probably the biggest. In fact, I don't think there's a probably about it. Jockey versus Eric.
100.
Just cast your mind back to the decade of that rivalry throughout the entire 1980s, culminating in that incredible final in 1989, where
60.
the late great Bristow came back from a ridiculous margin to push that final to the brink.
46.
If you're looking for something to do and you're not working today, I would highly recommend going to YouTube and watching that match in its entirety.
100.
I'd also recommend some of the matches from these two as well. They've been involved in some classics. Martin's had plenty of them, mostly at Lakeside.
100.
We hope we can give you some classics today here at the Online Darts Live League, because we had some belters yesterday.
45.
The Adams-Burnett game and
you require 160.
the Adams-Richardson game. They were two of the best games of the day. Another one of those will leave tops. He loves tops.
120.
Oh, that one's right over the bar.
155.
I'm not going to say 155. And as a result of that, we could see something very similar to what we saw in match one here.
Robert, you require 40.
Where it was 2-0 to someone. Then all of a sudden it's 2-2. And exactly that has happened. So you can't count Robert out. We always talk about the fact you can't put Robert Thornton in the corner. Well, he's come out swinging. It's 2-2 now after he was 2-0 down.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $100.
Your summer of sport, which will include football and all sorts of other things like the Olympic Games in Japan,
140.
will include the Online Darts Live League as well. If you are a mega darts fan and you like your darts in the morning
41.
and the early afternoon, we will be here. And of course, the format is a little bit different in Phase 2 in 2021. The structure of how it works for the first 4 weeks is the same. But when it comes to the Saturday night in the finals, it's not just about being the weekly champion. If you get yourself in the top 3 of the table on Saturday night, you will qualify for week 5, which is coined as Champions Week. And when you're playing in Champions Week, if you win that week, you will get a very handsome £5,000. But get yourself into the final of Champions Week and you will be rewarded with £10,000 in overall prize money for that night.
100.
And that is on these players' minds.
61.
This is without a doubt the hardest Group A I've seen. So it'll be difficult for these players to get closer to Champions Week by just playing 3 days this week. But it's easier for Martin because he's on 10 points already.
100.
Great last start.
Robert, you require
Most players would have gone for the 25 there. That was a really aggressive try, but this could be telling. Oh, Thornton with a classic 120 out. Exactly the way you want to hit it, with the treble first, then the single. Didn't even have to move for the tops. Floats it over the top, and very similar to the last game. It's a bit of dart déjà vu, as they say. 2-0 down, and now it's 3-2 to Thornton.
180.
Just when you think Thornton is getting this game by the scruff of the neck. Back comes Adams with his second maximum of the match.
140.
Averages are very, very decent for this time of day in this match. Thornton averaging 94.5. That's up on his overall average from yesterday. Adams 91.8.
60.
With 50% on the doubles. Immense scoring from the Scot.
140.
He doubles up on the 140s in this leg. If he can find one more, it should be enough to get him a chance for the match.
100.
But Adams gets to a finish. He's going to get another 140. Or more.
140.
Well, get them quick, Robert. That third one was dangling in there in the end.
61.
And he's going to get a shot. Twice in this match, he has utilised the 25 to guarantee a shot at the bull
60. Robert, you require
for a
81.
leg. Here, he needs to do the same. But the bullseye's got to be at the end, but he gets to a double 12. And he misses 2. 12's not hit. 6 is not hit. And he's left himself on double 3 if he's given a chance. Adams does not get 81 in 2. And Robert
69.
will get a third,
Robert, you require
fourth, or possibly fifth match start to win 4 legs to 2 and inflict the first defeat of the week on Martin Adams. And that's exactly what he does. He gives Martin Adams a 4-2 defeat because yesterday it was Martin who inflicted the 4-2 defeat on Robert. So that's really good news for the rest of the field, as you can see there. 97.5 for Robert. A really good early performance once again. So let's go into the third match. It's Arron Monk and James Richardson. And they've got to start well if they're going to try and keep up the pace with the leading pack. Intriguing day we are having. Martin Adams has still got that 4-point gap at the top of the table, but you get the feeling that the chasing pack are motoring on now. Speaking of the chasing pack, it is now the turn of Arron Monk and James Richardson to see what they've got for Tuesday. And they are currently still in the bottom half of the table. James yesterday, who averaged for the day 95.58, and I say that with a little bit of a chuckle because can you imagine anybody else averaging 95.58 for the day and finishing bottom of the table? Well, I know his last average of the day, which was 107.59 against Arron. I know that bolstered his statistics, but he did not play poorly yesterday. It's just that everybody played well in spells, And the sacrificial lamb, more often than not, was James. He will understand that he didn't play poorly yesterday. And if he can maintain that sort of average throughout the course of his next 5 matches, he'll probably pick up more than 2 points, which is what he got for Monday. James rubbing a little bit of sediment on his fingers there. Has been noted in the past for using something resembling chalk. In fact, at a tournament in Dusseldorf once, he had a big white block of something on stage, and we all asked what it was. He said it was something he found in a skip in, I think it was Malta.
59.
He just picked it up and he said, oh, that'd be good for darts grip. I think that's the story. I'm going back about 5 years. You've got to use what works. And yesterday, Arron Monk picked up 4 points, averaging very similar to James Richardson for the 95.46. So only 0.12 between them. They were very similar in the 180s. James got 6. Arron got 5.
100.
Similar in the ton plus checkouts as well. 3 for James, including that 170 out, and 2 for Arron. So they had similar days, but they were split by 2 points because Arron got 2 wins and James only got the 1. Sporting a nice shade of orange today. Maybe massaging his inner Netherlands.
59.
You do get certain dart players who like to change colours every day, and others who like to wear the same coloured shirt all the time.
60. Arron, you require 100.
Bit of a slow start in this game. Maybe we're waiting for it to catch fire.
43. James, you require
Not the first time we've seen 95 left by a player today so far. 60 for Bull would have taken the first leg against the throw.
88.
Only got 2 of the 3 darts right. Unfortunately, he didn't get the 60 in the middle. 2 double 19s. There's 1. There is 2. I mentioned a little bit earlier in the coverage that we've seen plenty of action on double 19 yesterday. We've seen it plenty today already. I'm not sure if double 19 was invited to the party, but it's making its presence felt. 1-0 Arron Monk.
Game on.
Yesterday he had a checkout that a lot of us were laughing about. It was 107. One of his 2 ton plus checkouts for the day. It wasn't his biggest.
134.
He did take out a very tidy looking 120, which we've already seen today from Robert Thornton. But yesterday he took out 107 with a single 19, a double 19 and a bull. Typically Arron. That's the thing about this lad.
80.
He is immensely entertaining. And over the last couple of days, I've seen Arron this morning and saw a fair bit of him yesterday. He looked like he was in a good mental space. That's not always the case with Arron. Sometimes he struggles with
99.
Trying too hard and maybe trying to get too much out of himself, not letting his natural talent just blossom. But over the last 48 hours, I have to say, he looks pretty level-headed. He's not getting too overawed by certain situations.
123.
And not getting too animated, which really does suit him. He's looking very likely to taking a 2-0 lead here. Now, that's been a bit of a poisoned chalice so far today. Single 7 for double 4.
61.
That one is
James,
drastically inside, and we know that James can take this out. It's not going to be on this occasion, but I promise you it won't be the last time he leaves it. He leaves it on purpose.
You require 4.
Double 1.
2.
Oh no.
James, you require 110.
He left this from 170 and he's got a shot at double 15.
80.
He's not able to negotiate that double,
2.
which would have been a real pinch. This has been Arron Monk's leg from the very beginning.
No score.
It still isn't his.
James, you require 30.
Double 15 again.
Game shot on
In
the
she
second
goes.
leg.
And
James
that is a
Richardson.
real pinch. When you think about it, Arron Monk was so far ahead. And just when you think Arron is cruising to the finishing line to get to that 2-0, you think maybe he's been watching the darts and being 2-0 is a poison chalice.
Game on.
Just taking a few seconds to recompose. I mentioned that he's done really well to stay in a calm zone the last couple of days, but any dart player, any sports person who loses a section of a match the way he did in the last one, that's going to test you. His blood right now will be at boiling point.
100.
Talked a lot about the standard from yesterday.
180.
And there's a 180 for Monk. That corrects that bad first visit.
100.
And it's as you were, pretty much, with a 3-point gap here in the middle part of leg 3. But yesterday, checkout percentages, I think, told a bit of a story.
100.
The lowest of everybody was James Richardson. I mentioned his average of 95.58 for the day. Well, by having the lowest checkout percentage, I feel
91.
that was why he wound up at the bottom of the table. Arron finished the day pretty much level par. 38.2%, which is very close to what we had from everybody. But the best checkout percentage yesterday, well, that was Richie Burnett, the man who had the lowest average.
Arron, you require 75.
Really, really intriguing stuff. 72 left. He might go 2 double 18s here. And I'm
35.
surprised that he went
Require 100.
the logical route. More often than not,
60.
Arron is
you
someone who
require
likes to put on a
40.
show and go for double doubles. Well, right there,
Game shot
it
on the
wasn't the
third
play,
leg.
and
Arron
maybe just having a little bit of a pause at the beginning of that third leg just gave him time to take stock, realise what went wrong. He's got the lead back, and he did a very sensible thing in leaving that tops there with 2 16s. He's back in front.
Game on.
Getting the treble 16, of course, would have left him double 12.
21.
By getting the 2 singles, he makes sure that he registers numbers. If he'd have gone for 2 double 18s, he might have missed the board.
134.
And that's the pitfall of that argument. But that's much better. That's fast as well from Ruthless Richardson. Try and say that a few times in succession.
134.
That treble 19 has started to pay dividends for Arron Monk. He's going down there a little bit more often now.
85.
If he can get some more of it, I was going to say that because a lot of players these days on 233 start on 19s because 2 single 19s in a 25 leave 170. Oh, look at this. Arron Monk style behaviour from James Richardson going bull first on that shot. There's a lot of logic behind it. Unfortunately, that treble 5 does not leave a possible out with 2 darts.
53. James, you require 25.
Well, going bullseye first on that shot. Gave him a shot at bullseye only. That's only just in the 17.
17. Arron, you require...
If he'd have gone another route, he might have had 3 darts at double there. 2 double tops. It's really, really good.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Arron Monk.
He's going up and down when it comes to the double outs and then the logical routes. Well, when he gets the double shot, he takes it. He's done 2 double 19s now for a 95, and now he's done 80 and 2. Brilliant for 3-1. I remember a game I covered for the European Tour where Ricky Evans, someone who lives very close to James Richardson, had a game where he hit 2 double finishes.
100.
And I think he only missed 1 dart double in the match. So technically, he got more than 100% on his doubles. Because he had 2 doubles in there, which weren't really registering on his doubles percentage. We had a great big laugh about that. Well, Arron Monk in this match
83.
hasn't got the same sort of predicament because he's only 3 from 9 on his finishing, but he has had 2 doubles to lead up to those doubles. So instead of being 3 from 9, I suppose he's 5 from 11. Spent a lot of time with Arron over the years. Had some pretty good times.
93.
Spent some time with him in Spain, where we've been to play some golf as well.
40. Arron, you require 150.
When he hits a golf ball, it goes for a country mile. Just look at the size of his arms. 2 treble 19s. Would have left tops. I'll tell you more about that golfing story maybe in his next match. So stay tuned for that.
James, you require 180.
But this game could be over in a minute. Then again, it might not be, because tops for James Richardson
78.
sails over,
Arron, you require
and Arron can win this
65.
4 legs to 1 now. To reap revenge on James from yesterday,
Game
and that's
shot out
exactly
match.
what he does.
Arron
A
Monk.
really tidy 25 and tops out. 4 legs to 1 to Arron Monk, and he has got himself onto 6 points, so he's in the race to try and catch Wolfie. You can see that Arron's average of 84.37 is not his best, but it's something to build on, especially when he had 2 double finishes in there. More to think about for James Richardson. Game number 4 sees Martin Adams return to the Yockey post-haste, and he's up against Richie Burnett. This was one of the best games that we had yesterday. Richie Burnett and Martin Adams, two of the legends from their respective countries. Will we get the same today? Let's find out as we go down to the playing area. And it will be Martin Adams to start this match when they have finished their 9 practice darts. Bit of a different feeling for Martin today, tasting defeat early against Robert Thornton, but Robert pulled out the best performance of the first 3 games in order to get that victory. An average of 97.5 in that win over Martin. Richie has picked up 2 points himself this morning already with a very hard-fought victory over Kevin Burness. But one thing has not changed though, and this is the biggest thing so far. Adams has lost, but he still has that 4-point gap at the top of the table. And with everybody playing one match so far today, if Martin can continue to keep that 4-point gap as everybody plays one more game, it's a case of nobody's going to catch him. But he's going to need to find another win against Burnett here just to bolster his Tuesday confidence. They weren't the biggest averages yesterday when they played 7 brilliant legs. 86 for Martin and 89 for Richie.
60.
But it was good enough for 2 points for Martin. You can see Martin is using that moulded flight, and he has been doing so for well over a year now, because traditionally, if you look back at some of his older matches, he used the kind of flight that Richie uses. A big wing hexagonal flight, which comes in its packaging flat, and then you have to fan it out. But he, like a lot of players, has done a bit of tinkering over the last 18 months to 2 years, and he's found that these things work really well.
120.
They're actually not hexagons either. I think they might be hexagons, actually. They're just a bit more subtle. But they are a shape that I've never seen before
96.
when it comes to flights. You can see that they've got a... They actually have 4 sides on each one.
100.
So they are a little bit different to the traditional ones. But based on the way he has played so far in 2021, they definitely work.
140. Martin, you require 93.
Now, earlier on, Robert Thornton was going 25 here. He's doing the same. To guarantee the shot of the bullseye for the leg.
68.
Wasn't far away.
Richie, you require 145.
The Van Gerwen 145. And if you don't know why,
90.
Google
Martin,
it.
you require 25.
Other search engines are available. 88 to take the first leg in 6 visits.
Game show.
And that's exactly what he does. Earlier in the day, he was pinging doubles in the corner. And you could say that that is somewhat fortuitous. That one was a little bit more central, but still towards the northern echelons of that double 8. 1-0 Adams.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just to run through what we will bring you for the rest of the week. Group A will continue throughout
59.
today. 15 matches, all best of 7. Same again tomorrow with the same players to see who wins the group and punches their ticket to Saturday night's finals.
140.
On Thursday morning, we will welcome some other players. And they will be Diogo Portela, Jamie Kelling and Matthew Dennant. They will go up against the bottom 3 players of Group A. Then places 2 and 3 from Group A after tomorrow's play will graduate to Thursday night, where they will play in Group B against Chaz Barstow, Colin Monk and Scott Marsh. 2 players from Group B and 2 players from Group C will then do battle with the winner of Group A in Saturday's finals, where the top 3 on Saturday will graduate to the Champions Group, which will take place in Week 5.
$100.
So much going on with that action of Richie Burnett, as you can see. And you might think that the kickback that he suffers with his, especially his third dart, I think that maybe it's derogatory to his game. I think it is somewhat. But most of the time, the dart is already delivered before it happens.
137. Martin, you require.
We'll get into that in a little bit more detail in the next leg, because right now this exchange is really important. Adams looking for another 2-0 lead. He had one against Thornton and then lost it 4 legs to 2. He has again got a 2-0 lead. This time he graduates from an 18-darter to a 15-darter, so he's just picking his level up a little bit here, and Richie's got to be really careful, otherwise he's going to be suffering his second defeat to Adams in 2 days.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yes, that kickback of Burnett. It's a really fascinating discussion, because when I look at the mechanics
45.
of the Burnett throw, first and foremost, the body position, the arm position at address, the release of the elbow.
45.
I'm of the opinion that if someone could possibly smooth out that follow through just a few %, then he is extremely close to being an elite player again.
40.
I'm not being sentimental when I say this. I mean, everybody loves Richie Burnett. But the talent is there. He has got a throw that people dream of.
100.
And when it was at its smoothest back in the mid-90s, he was the best player on this planet. Maybe just for a 12-month period, but
45.
his career has been littered with many a big run in other tournaments.
$100.
You think about some of the other things he's won. He's won the British Pentathlon, which has been basically owned by Martin Adams over the years. He's won it more times than I've had breakfasts. Won the British Match Play back in 1994.
55.
Won the BDO Gold Cup in 2001. And that was the first time I ever met Richie Burnett at Trentham Gardens in 2001 in Stoke. He beat
140.
one of our other regulars in the Online Darts Live League in the final, in Andy Jenkins.
Richie, you require 100.
A big exhalation there from Richie before he attempts the 116, which is looking a little bit easier now. Tops.
96.
And misses that.
Martin, you require 100.
Talked earlier about the 25 first on a finish. Well, he hasn't got it this time. He was looking to try and guarantee another bull shot for a leg. And Burnett this time gets the reprieve.
37. Richie requires
Spent
20.
a lot of time in this neighbourhood yesterday with differing fortunes. Double 5 comes to his rescue because the first two weren't that close to double 10, but they always say if you're not good on the first double, just be good on the second one if you split. And that's exactly what Richie did. 2-0 it was to Adams, now it's 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
As far as first darts go, that is absolutely perfect.
125.
And whereas a lot of players would be happy with a 1-2-5 start, you can see that Richie was not. Because there was so much room under those two darts to get that maximum.
60.
You can see the standards that he lives by, the standards that he expects from himself. If there is the slightest tinge of a weakness in the Burnett game, it's that, for me, like other players, he's a bit stubborn on that treble 20 sometimes. He just needs to use the board a little bit more. He needs to use those 19s, 17s and 18s. Andy Jenkins is a bit like that. He spends a lot of time trying to find the 60.
121.
Second time in the leg, he's come away with a good score that could have been better. Adams patiently making his way to a 3-ton start in leg 4, hoping for one more mistake from Burnett. A mistake that does not come. Could be a case of a repeat in this one. We mentioned that 2-0 was a bit of a poisoned chalice today so far. Kevin Burness was 2-0 up against Burnett. He lost.
Richie required 55.
Martin Adams was 2-0 up on Thornton. He lost that. And that's just about a single 15.
15.
And that could be a really costly miss. Because Adams, who is sitting on 80 now, he'll not go 2 double tops the way that Arron Monk did in the last match. He'll go for 60 double 10. And he will take it as well. That is the best leg of this match. The 14 darter just seems to get him closer to the line, but maybe relays those fears of being 2-0 up and getting pegged back once more. He was given a chance, and he took it. 3-1.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Situations like that in a Richie Burnett match remind me of one of the best
100.
post-game lines I've ever heard. And I've mentioned it before, but I'm going to do it again. Somebody walked up to Richie at a Players' Championship event once and said to him,
97.
"How did you get on, Richie?" And he said, "I lost 6-3. Should have won 9-0. Well, in a best of 11 match, you can't win 9-0. That's the funny thing about it.
140.
If that line doesn't make you laugh, I don't know what will. He has got a book-worthy amount of stories to tell. Some of them are not PG.
80.
I know that there has been a book released over the course of the last few days by Wayne Mardle. I think that might open the floodgates to other players releasing their own stories about their career. There are incredible amounts of stories that could be told. Adams is definitely one of them. What a life he's had. When that book comes out, I'll be at the front of the queue. Looks like Adams is at the front of the queue for 2 points because the bullseye will give him just that. Well, he doubles down on the old 11 segment there. But he does have another visit to come to inflict a second victory over Burnett for the week. To win their head-to-head record in Group A, because that could come into play at some point. You just never know. Double 16 then.
7.
He's not able to do it, but Richie is unable to get to a finish. You get the feeling that Adams is about
140. Martin,
to create a 6-point gap at the top of the table of Group A. And to get his first 2 points of the day. Just needs to float this one a little bit higher. A A little bit higher still. Different double.
24.
But the game is not over yet.
Richie, you require 57.
That is 6 missed match darts.
Game
And he
shot
will
of
have
fifth
to
leg,
wait
Richie Burnett.
another leg to possibly have another chance. Well, I did not envisage that happening with the body language of Burnett at the back of the room through the course of the end of that last leg. I thought the match was over, but it's very much
Leg,
match on now.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just to illustrate how close it is in leg difference in the table, we have 4 players on a positive leg difference and 2 on a minus. That's actually quite rare. +5 for Adams, +2
59.
for Thornton and Burness, +1 for Monk. And Burnett, who's on -2, if he can somehow win this match now from 3-1 down, he would get within 2 points and stop Martin from creating that 6-point gap. Not just key for him, but key for everybody else.
68.
Because everybody's goal coming into yesterday was to win Group A. As much as you want to play darts, and you might have to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, to try and get to the finals on Saturday,
40.
you'd much rather win on Wednesday and have the leisure time of practicing whenever you want on Thursday and Friday. But this is good. It's very, very good
180.
and needed as well to get back in the leg. What a response. Oh, that's incredible.
65.
Keeping the referee on his toes. When you hit that 180 that Martin got, you're just hoping that Burnett gets something
43. Richie
45-ish. You got everything but that. Double 18 is in, and it's 3-3. The 6-match darts that Martin Adams had in that previous leg, well, they're forgotten now. Burnett brings it back to 3-3, miraculously. But it is Adams who will try and serve it out in leg 7.
7th and final leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Match average for Adams is 86, which isn't that dissimilar to what he threw against Thornton. 92 for Burnett. Adams not performing at the same level as yesterday.
41.
Burnett, for me, is playing at around about the same level, maybe with a tiny cherry on top. You just get the feeling that maybe this one is slipping away from Martin.
41.
And if Burnett puts in a big score here, it could be advantage Prince of Wales. I can't tell you how good that 140 is. You saw from that camera angle just there how low that first dart was. But to be able to float not 1 but 2 darts over the top of that long dart, that 1 dart that's in the way, that
95.
takes skill. That's someone who has put in enough practice to know how hard they've got to throw that one to find that 60. And it's happening again.
100.
Adams needs to leave 167 or 170 here. Maybe less. Maybe less. Oh, what a time for a maximum.
180.
His second of the game. And for the second time this week, he has hit a maximum with his last opportunity of one in the entire
140.
game.
Martin, you require 127.
Looking for the hinks. The 1-2-7 in game. Double 8.
111.
And a 7th match dart is missed. And Burnett,
80.
the man with the black and white hoops on and the swag bag, is looking to steal it away from Wolfie. Now this one's got to be the ultimate floater over the top. What a shot from Richie Burnett. And what a great game that was. It was everything that we had yesterday between those two, if not just a little bit better. Let's have a look at the statistics. 88.2 for Adams. He improved throughout the course of that last couple of legs, but he was only given one shot at a double, and Burnett, who improved himself to a 93 average, absolutely brilliant, with the best start of the match, the very last dart at tops. 4-3 Burnett, and everybody is now back in it, with Adams still on 10 points. Match number 5 is Burness and Richardson. Richardson really needs a win here. We've all got our collective breath back after that really good game that we've just witnessed, where Burnett comes back from 3-1 down to win with the last start of the match, of course, on an 80 checkout. Fast forward now to Kevin Burness and James Richardson. And this was the game yesterday that took us all by surprise. It wasn't a surprise to see Burness win the match, but it had us gasping as Burness averaged 117.2 with 80% on his doubles, only missing one shot at a double in the entire match, and registering his best average that I've seen him put in. Needless to say, if he does the same again, I think he might win this one. But I think James will be on notice. He put in an average in that match of 97. And of course that will have been inflated by the fact that he didn't have many shots at double because of the scoring prowess of Burness. But James is, you could say, back against the wall right now, because he lost his first match against Arron Monk today. He's still only on 2 points in the table.
125.
But in a funny sort of way, he's not out of the race for the top spot yet, because Martin Adams could have been on 14 points at this point in the day, but he is still on 10 because he's lost his first 2 matches of the day. With that in mind, Richardson has to win this match and potentially win the rest of the games today to get himself in the battle for tomorrow.
180.
Here comes Burness. He's on it again. He's not going to take a 12 darter because you can't convert 162 in 3.
100.
Not in this form of the game anyway. In soft tip darts, yes, you can. Because you could get 2 treble 20s and treble 14.
130.
Because you can finish on trebles in master out darts.
1.
Nice lead from James.
You require 32.
Could be too late. This time, Burness does miss.
36.
And Richardson can get an early break if he can find double 18.
Game shot on the first leg.
Really,
James
really
Richardson.
tidy. If your opponent is scoring heavily and leaving a double and missing, what you've got to do is exactly what James Richardson did there. Poise yourself, just in case. Double 18. He finds the target 1-0.
James to throw first. Game on. I
made a lot of Burnett and Adams being quite stubborn on the treble 20 in the last match.
59.
That's not something you'll see from James because he does like to switch to the treble 19. One thing that James has done over the last, quite a lot of the last few seasons is
43.
do a lot of charity work. He's had shirts made with different murals on them, and he likes to
94.
support military charities. He's done an incredible amount of work with charity darts tournaments as well, which of course have not been staged
60.
over the last year. But I'm sure he'll be hoping that those events can return by the end of the autumn.
60.
I mentioned earlier as well that Richardson will constantly leave this 170. He leaves it so much more than anybody else in this field. He's looking for a second. I'm surprised he missed it because those first two dots were so good. Well, the best thing about that miss is that he's left a double he's just hit. That's the fortunate thing about going for that bullseye and having a bigger miss. Single 14 leaves this. And off she pops again. 29 darts for the first two legs. That signals an average of just over 100. And he is 2-0 up on Burness, looking for revenge after yesterday's drubbing. Well, he's doing a very good job of it so far.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yesterday we talked about James being from Rushton, home of the
84.
Football team Rushton and Diamonds, I believe. Great name for a football team. Just imagine the town that you're from.
60.
And adding a commodity on the end. You could be from Chorley and Silver. Or
140.
Possibly Tunbridge Wells and Gold. It's got the same ring to it.
58.
But where he lives in Northamptonshire, there are a bunch of famous sports people.
81.
I believe Sean Murphy, the recent finalist of the World Snooker Championship, lives fairly close to James. As does Kyron Wilson.
120.
Another fantastic snooker player who made the semi-finals of that tournament. It's not actually that far from where Mark Selby's from, the world champion. So the Midlands
76.
is proving to be a bit of a snooker hub. We know that some dart players are pretty useful with a cue. Gary Anderson and Joe Cullen come to mind.
99. James, you require 120.
If this goes, the writing might be on the wall for Burness. That's a great first start. Double top.
Game shot.
Oh, that is such a good 120 for so many reasons. I could be here for at least a minute talking about that. The first dart out of the way, the second dart out of the way tops. Then he gets the tops from the left-hand side. That was a picture-perfect 120. 3-0.
To throw first. Game on.
Really good display from James.
100.
who saved his best for last yesterday in averaging 107 against Arron Monk. I think he deserved that because he worked really hard yesterday and averaged well. Yes, his doubles percentage was down on everybody else, but he seems to be picking that up again throughout the course of Tuesday.
100.
He will still be bottom of the table no matter what happens in this match. But a win would get him really close to Monk, Thornton and Burness.
45.
And only one win away from them. Yesterday at the table saw Adams and Burness at the top.
134.
What we're seeing today is a bit of a shift. We're looking at Burness and Adams losing both of their first two matches.
James, you require 167.
This could be the end of the match right here.
57.
He's definitely picking up the pace. That's one thing I saw with his game against Arron yesterday. He threw quicker. He felt more comfortable.
59.
And in this
James, you
game, he
require
has looked comfortable.
110.
Staring down a ton plus average for the first time today. Tops his first match dart.
70.
Did you see that wire move? The only reason it did move is because James was so close.
121.
A very deflated
James, you require 40.
Kevin Burness. As we see James go back to tops.
Game
He
shot
gets
and
it
the
on his
match.
fourth match start.
James
An accomplished display. And after being absolutely mullered yesterday with the second biggest average we've seen in the Online Darts Live League, he's come back with a very, very tidy looking 96.97, 50% on the doubles. And that's a performance that he can cling on to maybe for the rest of the day to try and bolster his chances of getting through this group. Well, Robert Thornton and Arron Monk have had a pretty good day so far, and they're about to go head-to-head, so don't go anywhere. What a fascinating day we've had so far, and it's the turn of Arron Monk and Robert Thornton to get back into the darting ring to do battle here to see if they can get closer to Martin Adams at the top of the table. Well, one of them is about to, so let's get down there. There was some good banter between these two yesterday. And very much like yesterday, they're wearing the same strip again. I said yesterday that someone didn't get the memo. Somebody's lost the memo. It's going to be a good game, this one. You just get the feeling that Monk was in a good place against James Richardson in winning 4-1 in match 3. And Thornton, who's had a bit of a wait since he inflicted Martin Adams' first defeat on him for the week in game 2. He'll feel really chipper after a 97.5 average in his first game.
It's Robert to throw first.
We've had a blitzkrieg of a display from Richardson in beating Burness just now. We've had a really good battle between Adams and Burnett in the game previous to that. So what will we get here? We are reaching the point where every player will have played 2 matches.
40.
So after this one, we'll be going into the middle portion of the day,
95.
where everybody wants to be positioned well to strike.
$97.
You do, of course, have the option of watching our coverage with the Online Darts Live League via the YouTube page of Online Darts, or indeed via the streaming capabilities of your favourite bookmaker. We have had some tweets this morning from some winners, so congratulations. But if you are having a bit of a gamble today, please do so responsibly. And remember that it is for people over the age of 18 only. And begambleaware.org for more information. Thornton, who has started the stronger here, leaves himself on 6 and tops. And the day that he goes for a 14 here is the day when the world stops spinning. There you go. The world is still spinning.
26.
Having said that yesterday, I said that James Richardson wouldn't go 2-2-2. And he did. Same route. Different result. As Arron Monk breaks the throw in leg number 1 here. He is looking very poised. He's had a couple of challenges today, Arron Monk, where he could have lost his temper, but you get the feeling that he's massaging his inner Phil Mickelson a bit. He's trying to be a lot calmer, more composed. And the man who has a 100% record of winning Group A's he's participated in is starting to trend in the right direction. $81. I didn't want to say anything when he was hitting those 60s. I didn't want you to think I was being silent. But I didn't want to spook it. I didn't want to jinx it. Maybe I should have said something. He has got history. He got a 9-darter in the Live League last year against James Hubbard.
50.
But he's in that kind of mood. Unfortunately for Robert,
42.
Arron's looking very sharp.
131.
He's looking like he's wearing his darting Kevlar.
91.
Very, very tidy. That's how I would describe this display so far.
80.
Oh, that's 60 on the floor.
Arron, you require.
He threw that with such purpose that the other dart couldn't take it. And Tops is going to have to take that because that is a 13-darter from Arron Monk. His average escalates even more. And we said earlier that a 2-0 lead is a poison chalice. That's been thrown away because James Richardson had 2-0 and made it 4-0. It's looking like Arron is trying to do the same.
Game on.
Arron, with a win in this match of any note, because of his superior leg difference, will go top of the daily table after 2 games played for all players. As far as the
100.
Group A table is concerned, any win will put him in 2nd spot and only 1 win away from Martin Adams. Very much in the mix. Arron's form in the 2 previous Group A's that he participated in was that he got a hot start on the Monday and he maintained the lead throughout the next couple of days. On the 2nd occasion, yes, he was a little bit fortunate to get through because he needed his closest challenger to lose their last match. That happened.
93.
This is a very different situation that he is confronted with. Not being the top dog after Monday I think has made him switch on today.
97.
Not to say that he isn't always switched on, but sometimes there are question marks as to the 100% focus of Arron.
78.
And that's not me saying anything derogatory about him. It's just that sometimes he does beat himself up too much.
133.
That's a very, very safe small 13 there. I think that was a big pull in going for the treble. So far, in fact, that if it was a quad board, he would have hit the quad. Single 10 for tops for 3-0. Oh, no.
45.
He's left 5.
Robert, you require 100.
All is not lost yet. All is not lost yet. Because he has another try. Now, if he can forget that single 15 and just look at this challenge of 1-2-2 and get it done, it will all be forgotten. Oh, but he's gone next door again. Well, well, well.
52.
Thornton is getting a bit lucky.
12.
Now this really is a challenge of the mind.
Arron, you require
2
5.
mistakes in the last 2 visits. A good single. And I think that's a sign of maturity right there. Just taking a bit of a moment before he goes for 2-2 for the second time in this leg.
Game shot the
Really, really good.
Arron Monk.
And sometimes I do question the mental fortitude of Arron Monk. But right there, he got it spot on. He was challenged not once, but twice, and he came up trumps in leg 3.
Game on.
I know better than most just how stubborn dart players can be.
180.
And how hard it is for certain dart players to change. Well, right there, Arron Monk dared to change things up. And it paid dividends. It just goes to show how pliable his attitude can be.
$97.
It's a great switch. That last dart treble just makes things so much more difficult for Robert in this 4th leg. We've just seen how a 4-0 victory for James Richardson has bolstered his leg difference. He's just gone to -4. From -8 in the previous match.
60.
A 4-0 win here for Arron Monk. We're taking to +5, and that's the best of the crew.
140.
And this 164 is for the 4-0. Be some way to finish the match. He's going to have to rely
82.
on Robert Thornton missing 140, which he's just hit to leave this mark. But for me, the 2 best darts of this entire leg have been at the treble 19 for Arron Monk. To give him this shot at 82, well, it's got to be double 17 for double top.
62.
Oh, not to be. He's had a match dart.
40.
I don't think he's going to get another.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Sometimes you just know, because Thornton was playing very, very well in that leg. It just so happens that all of those really key shots that Arron had gave him that one shot. He hasn't closed him out, and Thornton is very much alive.
Leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We have seen someone recover from 3-1 down already today. Burnett against Adams.
180.
Could Thornton win from 3-0 down? That would send any dart player into a bit of a tailspin.
95.
This time it's Robert's turn to miss the second requisite 180 for a 9.
57.
They always say
59.
in a quest to win a match, the hardest one to win is the last one. I think there's no better example of that than Gerwyn Price winning the world title. It wasn't a good last leg.
180.
And Thornton is thinking, I want to break Arron's heart. Now, if you break this match down,
99.
Thornton
Robert,
can win
you
this with just
require
one break of throw.
84.
Hold here, which he could do.
60.
And almost does. How did that miss? I think Robert is still trying to figure out how that didn't go in the double
Robert,
12.
you require 24.
Well, he's got 3 more for it.
Game shot the
Only
fifth
takes the
leg,
one.
Robert Thornton.
And he is now only 1 behind, but the breakdown is as such. He's broken Arron Monk for his first leg. Then he's got to hold. He's just got to do that again. 1 break, 1 hold, and he will take the victory away.
Arron to throw first. Game on. $83.
This really has been a mental battle for Arron this match. Coming back from mistakes. And now he's got a rampant
25.
Robert Thornton going at him right now. To take the pressure off himself, he would bag a maximum here and feel so much better.
140.
But that's not bad. The Monk average is 94.
100.
The Thornton average is 90. One of the reasons why I haven't even looked at the averages up to this point is because the match has been that good.
70.
I always think it's best to look at averages at least 4 or 5 legs into a match. It's not really relevant until you get towards the
140.
climax of a contest. Right now, it's about Arron Monk giving himself something small to aim at next time around if he's given the shot.
80.
Well,
Robert,
he's
you
left
reckon
128, which
136.
allows him an out. And what I mean by that is, he doesn't have to get a treble first dart.
100.
He can still
Arron, you require
win this match with a
128.
single 18, a 60 and bull. But now he does need another treble. And he gets it for double 10. Oh,
180.
second match dart missed. A fine try.
Robert, you require 36.
And now Thornton's the favourite for the match.
Game
He is
from
now
sixth
because he's
leg,
just won a
Robert
third leg in a
Thornton.
row. And this is without a shadow of a doubt the best game of the day so far. But as to who wins this, well, he'll just have to stick it right here because 1 leg shootout to see who gets the 2 points.
Final leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
They had a blinder yesterday where Arron averaged over 100 and won 4 legs to 2.
135.
He could have won this 4-0. He missed 1 shot at tops after a double 17 approach
140.
to win 4 legs to 0. He is now scrapping just to get those 2 points. And Thornton is looking like he's going to nick them off him.
180.
An extraordinary comeback from possibly the comeback maestro. And Arron Monk's having none of it.
180.
What a game. Some games you just don't want to end.
100.
But it will have to, and it might do in the next 90 seconds. Got to pressurise the 86.
78. Robert,
Is
you
that
require
enough?
86.
It's now up to Thornton to get match darts. Well, he's got 74 left. He's not going to go double 17. But he is going to leave tops.
46.
Maybe this game
Arron, you
deserves
require
a ton plus checkout to
103.
win it. Treble 17 is missed.
62.
So after 2 mismatched darts in
Robert,
2
you
different legs from
require
Monk,
40.
it's now Thornton's chance. But he gets 3 clean at tops. Double 10, and you can feel the tension. And he's missed all 3.
Arron, you require 41.
Even I needed to take a breath there. But now it's match start number 3 for Arron. Number 4 goes inside. And he could have won this match in 3 different legs. And Thornton has won it.
Robert Thornton.
Well. Catch your breath, everyone. I think the players need a little bit of a break as well, because that was, without a doubt, the best game we've had today. Averages, you can see, 95, 97 for Monk. He was the best player. He could have won it 4-0. He could have won it 4-2 and 4-3. But unfortunately, he has lost it, with Thornton averaging 93. We're going to take a short break. We will be back very, very shortly as we go into the middle portion of the day with James Richardson taking on Wolfie. And breathe. That's what we've done after the last game. Arron Monk, I think, needs to take a lot of inhalations and exhalations after that one. He will be extremely frustrated to have lost at 3-0 up. But now we move on to the middle portion of today's play. Everybody has now played twice, so it's time to see James Richardson and Martin Adams for the third time. Different days for these two, but a very different day so far for Martin compared to yesterday. 5 wins from 5 on Monday, 2 defeats from 2 on Tuesday. But his experience will tell him that every day is different. The perfect way to respond would be to get a second consecutive win against James in the last couple of days. When they played yesterday, it was an excellent game. Just another one of those matches for Richardson where he averaged over 90 and it wasn't good enough.
James to throw first. Game on.
In that 4-3 win for Wolfie yesterday, he threw first. It's James's turn today.
45.
And Martin averaged 96.09 and had 57% of his checkouts correct. So something like that might be good enough.
125.
But considering how James played in his last match in beating Kevin Burness by 4-0, you get the feeling that maybe James is a bit sharper today.
96.
If that is the case, and Richardson can find his 4th point from 6 today,
60.
and confine Wolfie to 0 from 3 games played, we could have a very, very interesting day on our hands. And that 180 is a sign of intent. Cuts his score in half. And I think what we're seeing on Tuesday is this group starting to bunch up. The table is as such after 7 games played each in this group. Wolfie is top on 10 points still. Second, Robert Thornton now on 8 points and a leg difference of +3. Richie Burnett is now third with 8 points and a leg difference of -1. Next it's Arron Monk on 6 points and an all square leg difference. Kevin Burness is on 6 and -2. But Richardson, who is bottom of the table still, is now 1-0 up against Martin Adams and most definitely not out of this, because if he can win against Wolfie here, not only would he help everybody else by keeping Adams really close, but he would get himself in the mix. 1-0.
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Now let's say, for James's sake, the best case scenario is another 4-0. What would that do for his situation in Group A? It would get him to 6 points.
85.
3 wins from 7. But it would also get his leg difference back to all square, because throughout yesterday and the early part of today, it was drastically in the minus. A win in this match of 4 legs to 1 or better, and he would get himself off the bottom of the table.
140.
And that's around the halfway point of the group. So even after yesterday finishing on 2 points and at the bottom, I did say when he put in that really big average against Arron Monk at around about 1:30 British time yesterday, he wasn't out of the group. Win this game and you're definitely in it.
100.
In this sort of position in the last leg, he banged in a maximum. And if there was one major weakness yesterday of James, it was his approaching to the finishes. He was coming up with 45s and 38s and scratchy looking 85s and things like that. Today, he has fixed that a little bit. He has been approaching better.
97.
So let's see what he can do from 223. 59's the minimum.
$53.
Well,
Martin,
he got 53 because he loves a 170. I don't know how many times I've said that today already. That leaves 73. And Richardson, who got the 170 yesterday, is
39.
looking for his second.
James
He's already missed the
Maguire,
bull for this today.
170.
So he's going to fancy it.
58. Martin, you require
When your
40.
opponent has not taken care of a leg in 15 darts and you've had 15 darts yourself, you've only got yourself to blame. But now it's double 19 again.
Game shown the
And
second
there you have
leg.
it.
Martin
That's
Adams.
one way to get 40 points. We did say yesterday there's more than one way to skin a cat. Well, there is the proof of it. There's more than one way to get 40 points. And it is 1-1 in this one. Nobody the wiser
James
to see
throw
who wins
first.
this one.
Game on.
You can sense from the body language of Wolfie that he is not as comfortable as yesterday.
140.
And what I said was very, very accurate just now. If we were looking at the odds, which I'm not doing right now, I think the odds of James
100.
and Martin in this match, I think it will be very even to see who wins this one. In playing each other yesterday in a slightly different position. Yesterday they played in match 9. Today it's game 7.
140.
I think the odds would have been heavily in favour of Martin. But the way things have transpired this morning, I think they'd be on an even keel.
50.
Martin's career has been about timing.
60.
He could have won more world titles. He could have given himself more opportunities for other trophies. But the glittering part of his career
140. James, you require
came in his 50s.
61.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
$83.
Most of the competitors in this group are in their 50s. So we are seeing great dart players in possibly the twilight of their career.
83. James, you require 78.
But in some sports, you play your best stuff in the twilight of your career. Another would have left double 10 for Martin Adams.
54.
And if he does get the first one,
128.
he'll fancy it because Richardson has missed 2 at double 12. Still possible. Still possible. Bullseye.
93. James,
What's
you
meant to
require
be, and
24.
Richardson gets another look at double 12. He's already missed it twice.
Game shown the third
Well,
leg.
twice
James
as nice
Richardson.
in this one as he converts 24. 78 didn't go, but he was given the extra poke as Martin misses the bullseye. This is a decent game so far, but you can start to sense the palpable nature of some of these games because the pressure is mounting. Just imagine the gap that Martin Adams could have opened up at the top of the table if he had won against Robert Thornton earlier. There's a lot of ifs and buts. You know what they say, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts.
134.
Adams could be sitting on 14 points right now, and he could be 6 points ahead of everybody at the top of the table. The fact of the matter is now, he's only 2 points ahead of 2 players.
60.
And over the course of the next 3 or 4 matches, if he lost this one, we could be seeing Adams reeled in.
140.
Which for the neutrals out there watching this, that's a great thing. Makes the league more interesting. But for Wolfie fans,
100.
you're going to be biting your claws. It's not a blistering display from Richardson. But it's a mark of how well he's played today that this is a good display and not a great display
36.
when he's still averaging
James, you require
98.
127.
There's so much more in the tank. Treble 16, surely.
87.
Correct play, correct execution. I love that he didn't instinctively go back to the 60 and just throw it. He thought it out and said,
60.
I've got
James,
an
you
open
require
bed there to leave
40.
tops. My preferred double. Now he has that double. Don't not comfortable in his hand.
Game shot on the fourth.
I'll tell you what, the
James
second one was
Richardson.
very, very good. 3-1 ahead now is James Richardson, as you can see in our graphic there. He is in command, and he could turn things around today. He is playing so much better, and on top of that, he's getting more
James to throw
opportunities.
first. Game on.
It helps when your opponent is not averaging 117 against you, of course, which was the case in his
96.
last game. The difference in average between what Kevin Burness did to him yesterday and what he performed at in Game 5, well,
140.
I'm just working it out. It's a difference in the average of around about 38 points because Burness averaged 79 against him today and 117 yesterday. So that's what I mean by
85.
it definitely helps when your opponent doesn't average 117. But to bolster his own performance confidence, he himself averaged just shy of 97.
95.
That's very similar to what he's doing right here. So he is posing a real threat to the daily leaders in Burness and Thornton.
100.
And if he does win this match, Richardson, he will tie their points tally of 4.
$42.
Just doesn't seem to be happening for Martin in this match. He himself is averaging below par, around 89. That's a mark of respect to these players when
100.
89 is under par. This is not golf. Under par is not a good thing. Richardson can finish this match off if he pings a 120,
James, you
which he
require
has already had
120.
today. When he hit it, it was a perler. This time he's got to move for the 60, not the tops.
60. Martin, you require 124.
You might think that that go at the treble 20 was a bad idea. I actually think it was a good idea. It's left him a 2-darter if he gets a shot. Bullseye for Martin.
99.
That could be the last dart he
James,
throws
you
in this
require
match.
60.
If James had switched to the 16s, he might have had a trickier 2-darter here. But as it stands, James has 2 darts at tops to win the match.
James shot down the
Only
match.
takes the 1.
James
And it's a
Richardson.
second big, big win for Richardson. It was 4-0 against Burness. Now it's 4-1 against Wolfie Adams. And he gets himself off the bottom of the table for the very first time this week. So well done to James. Look at that. Average of 94.46. Really good stuff. He deserved to win that game. And he is very much in the race for the daily title. And back in the Group A title as well. James has won. And now we move on to Richie Burnett versus Thornton. It's a bit like the El Clasico of Group A, this one, because they've done this plenty of times before. So let's go and see another one. I mentioned it was the El Clasico of Group A. Well, this is their 6th meeting, of course, and they've played each other quite a lot over the last few days. They played each other in the final on Saturday night, and they played yesterday. So let's get into Tuesday's game. Thornton versus Burnett. It's all smiles right now. We've all been there. You're playing someone you know very well. You're playing someone you really like. But when that first dart goes in, when the referee calls game on, there's no such thing as friends on a dartboard. Sometimes you have to play your mates to win money and titles. It's one of the hardest things about competitive sports sometimes. We could, in fact, later this week, potentially see family going against each other. Because let's say Arron Monk finishes in 2nd or 3rd position in Group A. He would then be promoted to Group B, which involves his dad. Now, who wouldn't want to see that? Monk versus Monk.
97.
I mentioned it was their 6th meeting.
30.
They played 3 times in week 2. 2 of them going to Thornton. Since then, Richie has won on Saturday night.
140.
He won on Saturday night twice, actually. And yesterday,
58.
he beat him again. So, it's not 3-2 to Richie Burnett. It's 4-2. I was completely forgetting about that brilliant game they had yesterday. How dare I?
100.
Incredible, really, that Richie averaged 90. 7 less than Thornton, and he still won the match.
140. Richie, you require 160.
The biggest thing about this game is that they haven't been defeated yet, both of them. So one of them is about to taste defeat for the first time today. And with that in mind,
88.
and the fact that James Richardson is now on 4 points with them, whoever wins this match will be undefeated going into their 4th game
93.
and top of the table.
Richie requires 76.
Single 16 to leave a double that has been really friendly to him today.
On the
And
first
it is
leg,
once
Richie
again,
Burnett.
to finish off Martin Adams, he put in a perler of a top shot. It seems to me like he's got tops on a string. And if he's going to do that in this match, Robert Thornton has got a lot to think about.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Robert
Gamer.
had to come back from 3-0 down against Arron Monk to get 2 points against him. And that just bolsters his
180.
reputation as being one of the most tenacious dart players ever. There is a rock band called Tenacious D. Well, maybe Robert's nickname should be Tenacious R.
140.
Every time somebody gets a 180 at the start of the leg,
57.
we think, put in another one. We'd love to see another 9-darter. We've only seen one in this year's Online Darts Live League, and that was James Richardson.
140.
I do believe he hit it against his son. More evidence of family darts here. The old father-son
95.
combo. Doesn't happen very often. Maybe we should invite James Hubbard and Vic Hubbard to complete the
81.
trifecta of father-son combinations. Of course, James, who played in the Live League last year and is soon to be a dad. So,
43.
many congratulations to James Hubbard,
140.
a close personal friend of mine who is a lovely kid. Not really a kid anymore. Burnett looking to leave tops again,
60.
but somehow can't. 3
Robert, you
great
require
darts, but
126.
not good enough. Robert gets a shot at the bull.
101.
That's the only
Richie,
shot he
you
might
require
get.
80.
This is another checkout which requires tops at the end. Potentially. Not anymore. It's got to be semi-bull and full bull. I wish I could spend 10 seconds in the mind of Richie Burnett just to see what kind of narrative there is in there. I think if you spent 10 seconds in there, you'd have the best 10 seconds of your life. Double 8. 2 4s now.
21.
And he's handing this
Richie
leg to Burnett
40.
if he can find tops. I said yesterday that you can get a gift of a leg, but you've still got to hit the shot to win it.
30.
And that is why I mentioned it.
Robert, you require 4.
Robert gets the chance back. Double 1.
No score.
And we're starting to see that pattern from yesterday where Thornton was strong early and
Richie,
starts to
require
falter
10.
a little bit in the middle. Double 5 for Burnett for a valuable break of throw.
Game shown the
And
second
that's
leg.
exactly
Richie
what he
Burnett.
banks. A really incredible leg when you think about it. It was never really there for Burnett until it was handed to him twice. He was offered 2 big opportunities. Can he use it?
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
As many a question has been asked of a dart player throughout the years.
121.
And I applaud the sports journalists who work within the game, who ask the different questions of dart players. And I think there's some great questions now and again. But to catch a sports person off guard and ask them something different, that's a skill. Not just, oh, how did you get that win?
140.
Or what was the most important thing today? That's just stock standard stuff. But I genuinely think that there is a documentary in the making for this guy right here. We've seen documentaries about everything else in the last 12 months. Streaming sites have documented pretty much everything there is.
100.
With all due respect to the programs we've seen about darts in documentaries, I don't think any of them have scratched the surface. Doesn't have to go 2 tops. And recognise that.
60.
And from previous experience of busting 180 before, he made sure of that single 60 by throwing it very, very high.
60.
This is a case of
Richie
deja vu for
require
Robert,
40.
because it might be a case of 3-0 again. Does he want to go for double 5? He's got the option of
Game
hitting the
shown
2
third
and
leg.
possibly
Richie
seeing
Burnett.
Robert Thornton miss that 1-1-6, but he understands that you don't do that against Robert. Don't give him a sniff, and the double 5 comes to his rescue once again. It's 3-0 against Robert Thornton again, so once more we have to ask him, can you win 4-3 from here?
Game on. $60.
At this point in the Arron Monk match, he really did hit the afterburners. You just sense that with Richie's experience and the fact that he has played so much better than Robert in this
180.
match, by 10 in the average, that maybe the writing's on the wall, especially with that maximum at the start of the 4th.
100.
A 4-0 loss wouldn't be cataclysmic for Thornton, but it never helps.
100.
But what we can definitively say now is that if Richie Burnett wins this leg, he will go top of the table. After starting the day in 5th place. That's how much this day has changed the table.
140. 40.
Quite astounding. 3 defeats for Wolfie. 3 potential wins for Richie Burnett. And he will flip this table on its head
81.
to be top of the table with 2 matches left today. He's going to lay up for tops again.
41. Robert, you require 160.
This will be a mic dropper. Mic poised. Mic firmly in hand.
118.
Double
Richie,
top
you require 40.
for an absolutely destructive win. Very safe.
30.
But not in. Well,
Robert, you
well.
require
3
42.
missed match darts against Robert Thornton.
Two.
But he's not able to take that. And we know that Richie Burnett is good on double
Richie,
5
you
because he's
require
already hit it in
10.
this match twice. Hasn't hit it this time.
8.
And he hasn't hit double 2 either.
Robert,
He's got
you
a smile on
require
his face
40.
now, but he might not be smiling in a second. Livid with these shots at tops. None of them that close.
Game
But the
shot
double
on
10 is,
field
and he
leg. Robert
saves his
Thornton.
blushes. He will not be beaten 4 legs to 0. And from there, you just never know, because this situation is very familiar for Robert. He might win from here. Let's see what happens in the next leg.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned that Burnett would go top if he won that leg. Well, if he wins this
140.
leg, he still goes tops. Top, not tops. It's been a lot of double tops today.
140.
If he won 4-2, he would go level with Adams at the top of the table on 10 points and a leg difference of +1. But there's a long way to go.
140.
How does the song go? There's a long way to go and a short time to get there. Well, that's not the case here because we won't crown a Group A champion until probably past this time tomorrow. I can't envisage this group being a runaway leader. We could do what we did in week 8 of Phase 1, where the winner of Group A was determined in match 45 of 45.
180. Richie,
Look at
require
that. Tenacious R
161.
strikes again. And he's going to need the 301
105.
6-dart conversion
Robert, you require
to stay in the match.
121.
This is the shot he hit to win the UK Open. Double 14.
107.
Match-saving
Richie, you
chance
require
missed.
56.
Richie has missed a stack of doubles for the match. I've actually lost count of how many shots he's missed.
Game shot
Doesn't
of
matter
the
anymore
match.
as he gets a
Richie
4-1
Burnett.
victory and he goes top of the table for the very first time this week. The winner of the Sporty Stuff TV trophy from Saturday night has inflicted a 4th defeat on Robert Thornton in their 6 matches. There you have it, 91.57 for Richie, 84 for Robert, which proves, well, look at that 8% checkout rate. That is the thing that cost Robert in that match, you feel. But with Richie at the top of the table, now they've all got to catch him. And Arron Monk, after losing to Robert Thornton from 3-0 up, now takes on Kevin Burness, looking for his first win of the day. if there's one word that describes today, I think it's unpredictable. Because after yesterday, where we saw Martin Adams and Kevin Burness at the top of the table, they have now not tasted defeat at all today. Can that change as Burness now takes on Arron Monk? If he does not find a victory here, then that will be 6 matches collectively for Adams and Burness without a win. And that will throw the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, because we now have a new leader at the top of the Group A table, and that is Richie Burnett. Both of these players are currently on 6 points in the table.
Okay, first leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
The lesser leg difference goes to Kevin Burness, who currently is now bottom of the table. It's almost like 6 names were in a hat this morning, and we've just chucked them in the air and see where they fall. Absolutely perplexing set of circumstances now, because imagine starting a table at second on a Tuesday morning thinking, great, I had my best ever average yesterday. I finished behind the best player of the day.
26.
Let's just have a great day today. And then 2.5 hours later, you're bottom.
100.
The quizzing nature of playing group format darts day on day. Well, this is game number 9, so we are officially in the second half of today's play. And Burness will be looking for something very, very similar to what he did against Arron Monk yesterday. Arron only hit 1 of his 6 attempts at double in that match, but that wasn't the big statistic. 102.2 average for Kevin Burness, and he got 50% of his doubles in his second best display of the entire day on Monday.
59.
Something like that would really pick him off the floor. His last game against Richardson, he had his worst display of the week. So he needs to try and recognise what's gone wrong. Well, that's a great dart.
100.
Misses tops.
Arron, you require 80.
And tops is where Arron is going. Look out. Now, pick your side.
Game
oh, what a pure dart that is. Sometimes you just have to look away and say, that was perfect. Really, really perfect. Not next to the wire. Didn't even hit the dart. Had about 1/5 of the bed to aim at. In she goes for 1-0.
Game on.
I know that sometimes I get carried away by
97.
talking about the talent of a certain player. But sometimes you have to recognise how good a player is when they throw a dart like that. That is a confidence-building dart for Arron Monk.
$82.
He's going to feel good after securing that first leg.
134.
And of everybody today, nobody has used that treble 19 as much as Arron.
137.
It's used this time very well by Kevin. But Arron has hit that 57 more than anybody else.
140.
Fancy the 180 to leave 130. But he does have a shot to win this second leg.
65. Arron, you require 107.
This would be for a really good 310 in 6.
$51.
Was that the right play? Bullseye in the last start? I'm not sure. And Burness going for another 120. This time he gets it.
Kevin Burnett.
We talked about the confidence-boosting shot at tops for Arron Monk in the previous leg. Well, maybe Kevin getting that 120 there, a sign that maybe he's trying to reinforce what he was doing yesterday. Sometimes your form can go missing for short periods. And in darts, you can be found out.
137.
But when you play 15 matches in a group like you do here, you might have peaks and troughs.
180.
Right now, he's having a peak.
$57. $97.
It's good stuff from Burness in this match so far. The average is good, but it's too early to really go into that, in my opinion, as we see a maximum
180.
from Arron Monk for the first time. I think he recognises that if he
45.
doesn't get a hold of Burness at this
127.
point of the match, he could run.
$59.
That's okay. You really could have done with one big treble there, just to make things a bit easier.
$99.
And that's why,
Arron, you
because
require
Burness is just
68.
behind him in this fast-paced match. Now he's got to go 15 bull. Oh, Arron, to not get a shot at double
28.
at 68
require
is a big
80.
error. It's going to be tops that tells the story again, and it's a hell of a guide.
60. Arron, you require 40.
I think he recognised how good that guide was. Tops for 2-1.
Game shot on
it's
the
a good
third
dart.
leg. Arron Monk.
So often when Arron Monk has 80 points left and he goes tops, he gets the first dart in the tops. This time he had to wait until dart 3 to get it, but he got there eventually.
Fourth
It's
leg,
2-1.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Looks like these two are wearing the same shirt, just different colours.
100.
That's the funny thing about someone wearing an
59.
almost all black shirt in this room, because the advertisement boards around are black as well. It's almost like a
135.
head is playing a head with an arm floating in the atmosphere. It's one of those visual illusions you see when people are playing with green screens.
123.
I think that would be quite funny to watch, actually.
60.
The things that go through my mind when watching the level of darts that I do. I never get sick of it, because not one leg of darts is like another.
140.
They're like fingerprints. And the good thing about this game is it's a really nice pace. The pace suits both players. First time that Arron really has collapsed in anguish. He really wants to get that 3-1 lead.
83.
He's been
Arron,
under
you
pressure a
require
lot today.
139.
I don't blame him for going 19s first. He's been very good in that department. But he is starting to wrestle
44. Kevin,
with
you require
tiny,
65.
tiny moments of disappointment. That leaves tops. Double 10. And this is a
45.
chance for Arron. Now
Arron,
watch
you
out here.
require 95.
If he doesn't go bull, he might go treble 19 for double 19. And if he gets the single, it'll be 2 double 19s. Okay. That's a bit different.
Game
But that's
shot
very
fourth leg.
effective.
Arron Monk.
Just when you think you've seen it all, I said earlier in the leg that every single game, every leg is different. For 95, I've never seen anybody go that way. But it was effective, and he's 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Try and figure that one out. If somebody went that way at the Premier League tonight, they'd be scratching their heads for minutes. What he has done right there is say that 95 is a 3-dart checkout, not a 2-dart checkout. He wanted to go to tops, whether it was twice or once. When you look at that situation in a bit more detail,
140.
it's actually quite mentally smart, if not tactically. Because on those 2 darters, you want to get 2 darts at a double. Doesn't matter what double it is.
180.
But he said to himself, I'm backing myself to get this in 3. And he did. If he was that mentally strong all the time, Arron Monk wouldn't be here. He'd be on tour. But he hasn't got the win yet. He's 3-1 up.
97.
And don't forget that he lost from 3-0 up in his last match. He's not going to leave a finish, and Burness does have 6 darts from 164.
99. Kevin, you require 164.
It's no guarantee of success having 6 darts, though. He's still got to execute it.
140.
And he has done a fine job there.
$84. Kevin, you require.
He will have to hit it,
24.
because Monk has left himself something very similar to the last leg. He thought that was in. 6.
12.
And he wires that one too. Now where does Arron go for this one? Over to you, Monkey. Big 20. For the bullseye for the match.
65.
Really well thrown.
Kevin, you require
Just needed
12.
an extra little hint of hover in the air to give him the 2 points. He's going to have to wait, and he's going to have to challenge himself mentally again, because a missed match dart for a 4-1 victory, that is now in the history books. He's got to try and put right what he couldn't do against Thornton.
6 flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $100. $99.
I've been asking myself a couple of questions today. That's what happens when you commentate on your own. Why was the standard so good yesterday? Why was everybody 5 to 7% better than they usually are when they play here? And I think it's got something to do with the fact that we've got a referee in the room.
43.
A lot of players look at a referee as a bit of a comfort blanket. They do all the mathematics. All the players have to do is play.
180.
In a funny sort of way, I was told this morning that that was the best day of play since the very first day of Phase 1. Oh, look at that for a balancing act. He might never do that again in his career.
82.
He might not win the match either, because Monk is looking at 16 for bull. He might have to move. Oh, he's left double 18.
46. Kevin, you require 140.
That balancing dart has cost Kevin Burness an easier out. And it did matter in the end. If that dart had registered in the 20, he will have got a shot at the bull, in my opinion. A bullseye that he's just hit.
36.
Third match dart.
Game shot
And gets it this time. And you can see the relief on the face of Arron Monk after he was defeated by Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3 after being 3-0 up. This time he has worked his way to a 4-2 victory. But look at that. His average 4 less than Kevin Burness. Just more proof that averages don't win matches. It's timing as it stands. 50% on the checkouts against 20 from Kevin. That's what won him the game, and he is firmly in the race. As we go into match 10, it's Burnett who comes back against James Richardson, who's had a resurgence today. This one could be a key match because we have the undefeated Richie Burnett now taking on James Richardson, who has won 2 of his 3 games today and has clawed his way off the bottom of the table. Now, maybe Richie Burnett has not played to the same level as the table toppers from yesterday, but he has worked extremely hard. So was this guy, who has had the performance of the day, in my opinion, in beating Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 0 in match 5. Well, 5 matches later, he has to do it again. Everybody has now played 3 matches, so let's have a table update. As far as the daily table is concerned, if you've decided to have a little punt on who the best player of the day is in the table, this is how it stands. Burnett is top on 6 points, followed by both Arron Monk and James Richardson on 4 points and a leg difference of +4. Robert Thornton on 4 points and a leg difference of 0. And then at the bottom of the table, Martin Adams and Kevin Burness. Burness is bottom by virtue of winning 1 less leg. In the Group A table, Burnett is top by 1 leg over Adams on 10 points. Then we have 2 players on 8 in Monk and Thornton. And Richardson on 6 points and a leg difference of -1 is definitely not out of it now. But you sense with Richie top and James on 6, there's 4 points between them.
26.
So maybe this is the time for James to strike. Very similar to earlier. It's not just the win for James that is important.
60.
It's that James can keep Richie from getting a bigger gap. So these matches are now becoming more important. They're starting to intensify. I have to say, as much as I enjoyed yesterday's action, I did
95.
fear that this group could have been really one-sided. Well, I'm so glad that that initial thought was wrong. Because what we have now is a furiously tight-packed group with 2 players on 10 points, 2 players on 8, and 2 players on 6. So it's still a case of anybody can win it.
55. Richie, you require 158.
It's not going to be one of those groups where Mike Warburton picks up 26 points and walks it.
$98.
Could still be a Welshman winning Group A, though, if indeed Richie wins it. The only Welshman in the field.
123. Richie requires 60.
20 for tops. Thought it was in.
Game on the first leg.
That one
Richie
is.
Burnett.
And double 10 hasn't been a brilliant friend to him today. He spent a lot of time in the double 5 region, which means he's been hitting the inside of that segment. But on this occasion, he does hit the double 10 and takes an early lead.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Nice to see different nations represented as well today.
180.
It's not just 6 English guys. What we have is Burnett from Wales, Burness from Northern Ireland, Thornton from Scotland, and then, of course, the 3 Englishmen in Richardson, Monk and Adams. Other nations... Well, another nation will be represented
180.
on Thursday and Friday as we take a bit of a deviation from the man called Diogo Portela, because James Richardson is looking for his second
James
9
require
darter
141.
in the 2021 Online Darts Live League. And he can get it. 12. Ginchi goes!
Second leg.
Yeah, he's got
James
another one.
Richardson.
He is the 9 darts specialist here. He's the only one who's hit one. And now he's got 2 9 darters in the 2021 Online Darts Live League. This one wasn't even against his little lad. This one is against the 95 world champ.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Spectacular stuff.
100.
What a resurgence today from James. I talked earlier about the tenacity of Robert Thornton. Well, maybe Richardson is the embodiment of
24.
the English Robert Thornton, you could say. He is someone who puts everything into this sport. He has worked extremely hard over the last few years, sometimes without success. But when he gets on it, he is extraordinary.
100.
So if there was a prize for the most 9 darters in the Online Darts Live League this year, someone would have to get 2 of them just to get level with James now. In relation to this match, which is the most important thing, what he's looking to do is inflict defeat
100.
on Burnett for the first time today. When they did play yesterday, it was Burnett who won in a very good game. Both averaging in the low 90s. Richie around the 94 mark, so I think I've not done him justice there. But his 50% on doubles in that match, that's what got him the game. That is just getting more violent. That scorpion kick follow through on dart 3. And I'm not surprised he's feeling his back. My back's sore from watching it. The next time he does it, I'm going to say some very, very appropriate words.
134.
And there are 5 of them.
Require 121.
Watch out for that. I took a 1-4-1 on the last leg, but he's not going to get the 1-2-1.
81. Richie
The
require
likelihood
32.
is that he's going to lose the leg. Ooh, hello. Another double 8.
Game shot on the third leg.
I assure you, that was not on purpose. Just when you think you've seen it all, you get someone who over-pitches their first start at double 16 into the double 8, and then he says, okay, I've hit it once, so I'll just hit it again. And that's exactly what he did.
Game on.
That did bring a smile to the face of both players.
180.
We've all done it. Well, wouldn't it be funny if James Richardson lost this match because Richie Burnett's throwing first
60.
and he hit 3 9 darters on his throw? Still possible. Not anymore. I know that was ludicrous of me to say. But it is possible to get 3 9 darters in a match. We saw from Phil Taylor 11 years ago in the Premier League, hit 2 and could have hit a third.
140.
Been plenty of 9 darters in this year's Premier League. Johnny Clayton and Jose de Souza have hit one.
120.
When he gets on the 180 train, it doesn't stop. He is genuinely a 180 machine when he gets going, James Richardson.
140.
And you won't believe me if I tell you what the difference in the averages are. We'll come on to that in a second. Great first start.
60.
Not be able to find the 11 or the 12. 51 for Bull. No. Oh, that would have been so rude. Oh, look how much he fancied it.
James, you require 40.
Oh, that was so close. Double 10.
Game show on the fourth leg.
Brilliant leg from James Richardson, but not without a scare. I tell you, I think I'm enjoying this match more than any other. Not just because of the 9 darter, but because of the periphery around it. Fantastic stuff from both players. It's now 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
There goes the possibility of Richardson losing 4 legs to 1 and only getting a leg because of a 9 darter. I'm pretty sure that on the tour this year, that has happened to somebody. Their only leg in the contest was a 9.
100.
I'm trying to think about who it was off the top of my head. I'll come back to that later. But the average difference between these two is quite wide.
59.
Richardson on 101.57. Burnett on 84. And that is by virtue of that average of 167 in leg 2 from James, of course. If we do have any youngsters watching who are looking to impress their maths teacher, just say that 167 times 3 is 501.
180.
And of course, 3 times 60 is 180.
$99.
It's all been about throwing first in this match. And Burnett is looking to leave 32 after 12.
130.
He's looking pretty impervious on his own throw. It's fair to say that Burnett was there for the taking in leg 3.
60.
But James wasn't able to capitalise after hitting the 9. Double 8. Just one of them. There you go. The last time he was there, he had to hit 2 of them. But this is an extremely good paced match. We've obviously had the perfect leg, but I don't think that tells the story of this match. Burnett is protecting his throw absolutely brilliantly.
It's James to throw first. Game on. $140.
A lot has been made in the past of the old 9-dart curse. Hitting a 9 and then losing the match, it does happen a lot.
140.
I wouldn't know. I haven't hit a competitive 9-darter. I've missed double 18 on bucket loads of occasions.
78.
I've mentioned Ricky Evans on a couple of occasions when it comes to James because they live very close to each other. One of the times I actually missed double 18 for a 9-darter in Dublin.
123.
In one of the Players' Championships preceding the World Grand Prix. I missed the double 18 for the 9 and then lost the leg. Didn't get another shot.
140.
That's pro-level darts for you, everyone. This is tremendous.
180.
Twice this week, Martin Adams has hit a 180 in his last opportunity in a match. It could well be the last chance 180 for Burnett. It sets up a match-winning 58. Tops. Oh, and they weren't close.
James, you require 50.
That would have been for the only break of throw in the match, and he gives it the full Rafael Nadal in the background.
And
it is another hold of throw. Maybe this match does deserve... What am I talking about? Maybe. It definitely deserves a 7th leg. Let's go and see what it entails, because Richie Burnett, who hasn't been broken yet, is serving first.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Did you get it? Serving first. Oh, get out of here. I said Rafael Nadal. I should have said Roger Federer because
39.
Richie is, of course, right-handed. Well, that dart on the floor does not help his cause. What that does is it invites Richardson in for the potential final leg break.
60.
There are rare occasions where you can sit back and think, I'm enjoying this game as a player. Too busy focused on trying to win it. You get the feeling that Richie really is enjoying today.
$99.
A 1-dart lead going into the middle portion of the final leg for Ruthless. The modern amateur darts European champion. He beat John O'Shea at the Dawn around about 6 months ago for that title with darts like that.
$95.
If it wasn't for COVID-19, we probably would have seen John O'Shea here. No, probably about it. We would have seen John O'Shea. Oh, great last dart. That makes things so much simpler. Burnett has got to get a 140. He leaves 110. If Richardson can't close this out straight away. Tops.
57.
Absolutely magnificent line. It just
110.
didn't have enough on it. Five 18s. There's 3 of them. And there's 2 more. What a great game from those 2. We had the perfect leg. We had a fantastic match. And we didn't get a break of throw at all. We had a ton plus checkout to finish it. That is just what you get from Group A this week, everybody. It's a wonderful, wonderful group. Littered with talent. And Burnett once more. Prime wading right there. Average of 7 less than his opponent. But 40% on the doubles and a high checkout right at the end gets him the 2 points to get to 8 for the day. Let's go into match number 11. We're going to take a couple of minute break before we get on to Martin Adams and Arron Monk. I don't know about you, but I think I needed a couple of minutes after that last match. Quite something. We had almost everything in there, probably apart from the biggest checkout of the lot, which James Richardson's already hit this week. So he's had a 9, he's had a 170. He didn't get the win, though. Richie Burnett got that. And he is Mr. Perfect today. 8 points from 8. And he has one match left against one of these guys. the guy at the back of the room there, Arron Monk. And if Richie wins that, he will remain at the top of the table at the end of the day by the looks of it. He's got himself a bit of a cushion now, as Burnett is 2 points ahead of Martin Adams, who has not tasted a win today yet. So in his 4th match of 5, he's looking for his first winning double. His last match will be against Kevin Burness. And Kevin also has not tasted a win, but we will see him next against Thornton. I think everybody here at the Online Darts Live League needed a couple of minutes just to digest that last match. Great to see James Richardson hit another 9-darter. But somebody else has got to hit one.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That makes 3 players who have hit a 9-darter in the Live League in the last 14 months. Do you know who the other 2 were?
140.
I'll give you a hint. They're in this room. Monk and Adams.
59.
For a while, I always thought that James Hubbard was the 9-dart sacrificer. Because last year, Adams hit his 9 against Hubbard. And then Monk hit his against Hubbard.
180.
But maybe Martin Adams has had enough of defeat today.
100.
It's not that he's played poorly. Just hasn't played as consistently as yesterday. And his doubles percentage is down on yesterday. He's had a fair few chances.
140.
But this leg is a signal of intent. You can see at the bottom of our graphic there, the
60.
new
Martin,
Twitter
you
address,
require 41.
if you want to check the results of today's Online Darts Live League. So at Darts Live League, please give it a follow. Double 16.
$25.
Not quite, as that collision was too fierce, and it bounces into the single. So plenty of double 8s for Richie Burnett in the last match. Just 1 required. And the switch of body position to double 4. That's a really smart thing to do. Double 2 is there.
First leg, Martin Adams.
A really good sigh of relief type check out there for Martin, because it wasn't clean. He missed double 16 a couple of times. He missed double 8 and double 4. And maybe that's a sign of what has been going wrong today. But he still has won the first leg.
Game on.
Just to touch on what Martin did in that last leg. I mentioned a body
68.
position switch. Now that's a bit of a coaching term. But if you look at a right-hander going for double 8, then a right-hander going for double 4,
140.
the body position has to be slightly different because you're throwing at a different part of the board. You're throwing across your eye line towards double 8.
140.
You're throwing on your eye line, if you're right-eye dominant, of course, towards double 4. It's something that I firmly believe that a lot of players should implement into their games. One of the best players, in my opinion, for that switch is Dave Chisnell, because he does a full reset of his body position when he goes for double 4.
99.
But admittedly, that's me being incredibly intricate, but that's a bit of a snapshot into the way I see the game. And that's, of course, the title of Jamie Caven's book.
$83.
Maximum would be good here. That should be the perfect first dart for him, because he's a bit like Terry Jenkins in the respect that he can nestle them underneath to the side and over the top. He's got one of those uncanny qualities.
$60. Arron, you require
Chance for Arron. I think
64.
the treble 8 will be the target here. He has left himself on tops.
44.
And he
Martin, you
might
require
be punished
118.
here. Everybody take note. Look where Martin goes with the first dart. Yes, 61st on 118. Case closed. Double top.
Game shown the
Speaking of case closed, that is a 118 checkout. And he's got that number all right because he's now 2-0 up. And I think he is fed up of getting beat. I wouldn't like to be Arron Monk right now because Wolfie is looking very, very hungry.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And I can testify after playing Martin many times last year in the live league, it's a genuine pleasure. When you get the chance to play someone who has been gracing your TV screen as a kid,
140.
sometimes you stand back and think, yeah, this is pretty cool. Martin gets all of the respect he deserves from all of these players.
27.
And I like to say nice things about every player. That's my job as a commentator. I don't think it's my job as an ex-player to belittle or say nasty things about players because I understand the pressures of this sport. It's not an easy game to play. Sometimes we might make it look easy, but it is anything but. And anybody who has done
93.
what Arron's done, what James Richardson's done, what Robert's done, what Martin's done, they deserve our full respect. One of the privileges of my entire life
140.
was to walk onto the Lakeside stage with my music, greeted by a full Lakeside crowd on a Saturday night, to hand a trophy to Martin Adams with the likes of Dieter Hedman, Chris Mason, Tony O'Shea and Mikuru Suzuki, to congratulate him on his 25th anniversary of playing at Lakeside for the very first time. And it was spine-tingling. It's one of those moments you seriously wish you could relive.
65.
That is a stem
Martin, you
blaster,
require
that
40.
dart. That could be ruined. And his chances of winning the game are very close to being ruined.
20.
But not just yet. You're thinking 136, leave tops, hope Martin misses. And you never know, you might be 2-1 down instead of 3-0 down.
20.
You still think you're going to be 3-0 down.
Game shown the third
And he
leg,
is, because Martin has been sharper in this game than he has been at any point today. So, with that in mind, he has a chance of getting his hands on a bagel in this game. Can he win 4-0?
Leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
You see the
96.
players talking to themselves in the background. It's just one of the traits of a sports person. It's what they do. But in this room, I assure you, they're doing it silently. They're just moving their lips and talking to themselves in their own heads.
180.
Great stuff from Adams, who's averaging over 99 in this match.
130.
Arron hasn't played poorly. 93 average, but the telling stat in this entire game is that he's had one shot at a double. One!
60.
Those darts are being delivered by Martin with purpose now. Real snap in that right arm. He had a little bit of discomfort earlier.
101.
And that's really, really good thinking. Good mathematics from Arron Monk. Realising that 4 19s and a 25 leaves him on a 170 checkout.
81.
It's what I like to call
Arron, you
new
require
school counting.
170.
He's still got 6 from here. He's got to get a big treble to make it easier next time round.
60.
This leg, if he wants it, he's going to have to do what Richie Burnett did at the back end of the last match. That 110 out. I wouldn't be shocked if he gets a small 20. If he goes tops bull.
110.
Doesn't matter. Arron Monk.
85.
He went for the bull to
Martin, you
complete
require
110 in 2. It bounced out. Then he still got a shot and missed it. Just when you think you've seen it all. Double top is a match start now for Adams.
60.
And it doesn't connect.
Arron, you require 25.
I think that shot might have taken our referee by surprise as well, because it definitely took me by surprise. This one's got to be high.
17.
Not meant to be.
Martin, you require
So 4,
20.
his first 2 points of the day. He needs double 5. It hasn't gone to plan.
16. Arron, you require 8.
Still alive.
Game show on the 4th.
Only just. Arron Monk is now in a position that he knows a little bit about, but on the flip side, because he was the one that was 3-0 up against Thornton earlier, and he's now trying to do what Thornton did to him. He's got the first brick in the wall. He just needs to find 3 more.
Game on.
These are the points in games where you could potentially see the best from Monk, because the pressure's off.
43.
This is how I would approach it mentally. You're 3-0 down. You're expected to lose. So your shoulders drop a little bit, but they lose the pressure.
85.
You start to just play. You get yourself close, and then maybe you start to feel a bit more pressure yourself. But still from this position, Wolfie is expected to get the 2 points.
100.
Wolfie was in a very strong position earlier against Burnett.
57.
He was in a strong position against Thornton as well, but he lost the last 4 legs of that match. If Martin loses this game from this position, that would be the worst of the lot.
100.
He's going to stay upstairs
180.
because the lie was so good. At some point in the leg from 359, you're going to have to use that 19 bed. He decided to defer that to this visit.
100.
Now he goes 19s. Should go back upstairs.
99.
That's turned out to be a really good 6 darts.
58.
He still has to dodge a big out. And he has dodged that big out. He's left himself on 80. Not for the first time today.
83.
This will be 2 double
You
tops.
require 80.
He's looking high. Got to hit it this time.
60.
Not quite. And Adams, who has already
Martin, you
missed match
require
darts.
75.
He's missed 3 of them. Should get 1 more. At a bed that he's already missed for the match.
55.
He misses it once again.
Arron, you require 20.
Adams just trying to mimic
Game
what he
show on the
should have
5th
done
leg, Arron Monk.
at the back end of that leg. Well, it was 3-0. Now it's 3-2. And just when you think we're about to get a really, really quick match, he gets reeled in, does Wolfie. And all of a sudden, Arron Monk has got every chance of winning this game.
Arron to throw first. Game on.
I suppose the best way to forget
137.
about losing a match when you were 3-0 up is to do it to somebody else. And the best player over the last couple of legs has been Arron Monk.
125.
If he can continue that trend and possibly get the 4-3 victory,
125.
he would make his way to 10 points, which is exactly where Martin is. He would overtake Martin in the overall Group A table and also get himself to 6 for the day
96.
with one match left against Richie Burnett. I'm sure there are plenty of you out
97.
there thinking, I don't want Arron Monk to win this group. We want Arron Monk to finish 2nd or 3rd. We want him to play his dad on Thursday night. We want to see that.
100. Arron, you require 100.
I sneakily want to see it too. But I want this race for the Group A spot in the finals to be as tight as possible.
64.
I like that you said the 25. He's taken the bullseye out of commission on the out. That's why that is so smart. He's making sure that the end product is a double on the outer ring, not at the centre of the board. Double 12.
66.
Could be costly. And Adams now has 3 clean darts to win at 4-2.
40.
He doesn't hesitate. Slight signs of doubt. Double 5.
35.
And unfortunately for Martin, he just hasn't been able to deliver
12.
an accurate match dart. Arron getting very fortunate and taking every single piece of fortune that he can find. Really, really interesting. But it is Martin Adams who will throw in the last leg. But he's got to somehow forget that everything that's gone before has not gone his way.
Throw first. Game on.
In the match darts, that is. It all seemed so simple. A 3-0 up.
140.
He was flying. I feel like I'm repeating my words from the Thornton Monk match. That's a great start from Martin.
136.
Back at you by Arron. Superb game. Just goes to show
100.
that you don't need massive averages for incredible darts matches. We saw that with the last game between James and Richie. We're getting more from these guys.
60.
What will we get from Thornton and Burness next? If Wolfie does get over the line here, which is looking likely, it'll be nothing but a sigh of relief. Now, the play here is 15s. Because now he can't leave a finish. He has a dart that he can't use to leave a finish.
137. Martin, you require 100.
He could have used the 25, he could have used the 18s, or the 15s. That, for me, was an error. With your opponent on a smaller out. They are the small tactical
97.
mistakes that can cost you a victory. He could have been shooting at 170 here. And now he has to dodge more match darts
Martin,
from Wolfie.
You require 24.
Fair play to Arron for leaving double 14. Double 6. Last chance saloon. Oh, it's in as well. Oh, Arron can't look And just listen to that shot as we get a nice mark of respect from both players there. But that little clatter from the first flight at double six to the second, that's what took it in. It might not have hit if it wasn't for that. Average is very similar. Checkout percentage is very similar. The high checkout for Arron Monk, only 20. Maybe that tells a bit of a story. But ultimately, first 2 points of the day for Martin Adams, and Arron Monk has one match left. It's Burness and Thornton next. Time we go to the hill today, and we've done it 2 times in a row now with 2 fantastic matches. Martin Adams has finally got himself off the mark with his first 2 points of the day. Can that be the case now for Kevin Burness, who had a very good day yesterday? It hasn't been his day so far today, but the Northern Irishman now goes up against the Scotsman Robert Thornton, who currently has 4 points for the day. And he is now the only person who can catch Richie Burnett in the daily table, because he's got 2 matches left. Kevin Burness on 0 can't catch Burnett by any means. But if Thornton wins this game, and he wins against James Richardson in game 14, if he's done a favour by Arron Monk in the next match, he could win the daily table. But Burnett is not only top
140
of the daily standings, he's also top of the overall Group A standings as well. Only by 1 leg now.
180.
But is there a little twist about to happen from the man from Northern Ireland? Because he's gone from second
75.
spot to last place in the table after the 11 matches we've already seen today. That is a surprise, considering the 2 weekly title winner, and of course from yesterday's 117 almost record-breaking average and good form, he's come down to earth today.
81.
Well, Robert's had a couple of darts that have already been rejected by the board. Maybe he's just had a couple of visits where he's found the wire piece of the treble 20.
85.
You know what they say, Robert? If in doubt, just hit the middle. If he's going to take this check out, he needs to hit the middle of 3 different parts of the board.
161.
And he's been forced to do it.
101. Kevin, you require 40.
Tops for Burness, and it is for a break of throw.
Game show on the
Double
first
10
leg,
is good.
Kevin Burnett.
That's one of the best legs he's had today. He's had some good spells, but unfortunately for Kevin, they've been very short spells. He's got to be sustaining that level throughout an entire game now if he wants to find some points.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Ultimately, those 2 rejected darts that Robert
97.
had, I think cost him that leg. Got to put that to the back of your mind. But today, we do have to admit,
81.
has been very similar to yesterday for Robert. Yesterday, he started in game 2 and beat James Richardson 4-3. Then he beat Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 0. That was a great performance. Average of just short of 97. He's not going to do that today.
100.
Then Robert lost a tight one to Burnett. Then he lost to Monk. Then he lost to Adams.
59.
If Robert loses this game and to Richardson in game 14, it will have been a carbon copy of Monday. And if he finishes on 8 points going into Wednesday,
100.
he's going to have to get a move on tomorrow. So for me, to be part of a really good chance of winning this group, I think he's got to win
58.
either this match or the next or both. As far as Burness is concerned, he's got this match and a game against Wolfie in match 15 to close us out for Tuesday.
50.
I think he might have to win both.
Kevin, you require 152.
He's in command of this match.
82.
That last start
Robert, you
really
require
helps.
170.
I can't emphasize that enough. Those heavy 26-gram darts of Thornton.
134.
They're like mini cabers.
Kevin, you require
If you don't know what a
70.
caber is, where have you been? Double top.
Game
That
show
is a
on the
gorgeous
second leg,
dart.
Kevin Burnett.
It doesn't really show us on the camera angle there, but the darts are very flat of Kevin Burness. And that shot there, it just glided through that little blocker and just took the pace off it. It was probably a
Third leg,
guide
it's
for him.
Robert to throw
2-0.
first. Game on.
When Burness has been playing well, he's been hitting tops.
100.
Earlier in the day, when he was playing against Richie Burnett, he was taking out the 75s and the 76s on double top.
100.
He is a rhythm player. When you look at him in his next visit, just look at the circles, as I like to call them. The point where he takes the dart from the left hand to the right hand and the action included.
75.
It's all the same motion, repeated every single time. Left hand to right hand, up and through, up and through, up and through. That's a
99.
beautiful rhythm he has there.
$100.
Key 60 there for the man we call Chocolate. Robert was saying to me on Saturday night after the Sporty Stuff TV trophy that he tends to watch some of these matches back. And he warned me not to tell all of our stories because we used to share a room together on tour for years. Don't worry, Robert. Some of those stories are just for you and me.
125.
That last start is going to be an annoyance to Burness. He was thinking, more along the lines of leaving 81. Oh, and he's been punished.
180. Kevin, you require 136.
Not going to take out the 136. So Robert,
94.
who found perfection in the last visit, I
36.
think he really does deserve this chance. Double 9.
Game shot on the third
Really
leg.
positive shot at double 9
Thornton.
as well. Nowhere close to that double 14. Sometimes when your arm gets a bit tight, you can drag it a little bit low. But that was a really positive shot at double 9. It's now 2-1 to the Northern Irishman.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
It's one of those doubles on the board, actually, that nobody likes. With the exception, maybe, of Simon Whitlock.
93.
I think he does prefer double 9 to certain other doubles. I can't specify a time
60.
where I have ever wanted to go for double 9. Just for my eye line and my body position, I just don't like it.
83.
They all say that every double is the same size. Well, technically, that's
60.
true. But depending on how tall you are, they're not. Because if you look at someone like Vincent van der Voort and the angle they throw from,
97.
double 3 will be microscopically smaller than something like double top. If you don't know what I'm talking about there, it's about line of sight. And yes, we are talking about small margins here. Something less than a millimetre, potentially. But we're talking about a game of millimetres.
140.
Burness has done a brilliant job here in leg number 4 to leave the two little snowmen. And he's looking to do the Cullen.
74.
He's not able to. The reason I called out the Cullen is because of the fact that he hit an 88 checkout to win his first European Tour event against Michael van Gerwen in Mannheim.
60.
He's gone on to win another.
Kevin,
Something that Robert Thornton has not been able to do. He's only got the one European Tour title, but he hasn't got the fourth leg, and Kevin Burness has now got a 3-1 lead. We saw Martin Adams get off the mark to get his first 2 points of the day in the last match against Arron Monk. It's looking increasingly likely that Burness is about to do the same.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $60.
Just to go into some detail about who you will see if you're planning your viewing for Thursday and Friday. We will be here for the 9:30 time slot in the UK. We will have the same format, 15 matches, 5 matches for each player.
100.
Positions 4, 5 and 6 from Group A will play in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning. They will be joined by Diogo Portela of Brazil,
66.
a fourth nation represented this week. Jamie Kelling will return, and Matthew Dennant, the scholar, will be back.
100.
As far as Thursday night and Friday night are concerned, they will go.
60.
The spots will go to number 2 and number 3 in this table. And they will be joined by Chaz Barstow, someone who will go into that group, probably his favourite.
41.
Colin Monk and Scott Marsh, the Week 1 champion from Phase 1, will come back to have another crack. That's a magnificent maximum from Burness, because that sets up a definite shot to win the match. His leg difference so far in the table is -4.
Kevin, you require 138.
He will take that down a peg if he finds this 138. But you have to tip your cap to Robert Thornton, who answered the maximum of Burness to set up this shot at double 10. He just will not go away. He's so tenacious I try to think of other words to describe him, but that really does sum it up. As soon as Burness hits that maximum and sets up the 1-3-8 for the match, what does Robert say? No, not yet.
Flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
If at all.
82.
We've already seen today Robert Thornton win from 3-0 down. Typical Robert Thornton behaviour.
60.
The World Match Play, of course, is coming up during the summer, where we're hoping for a full house at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. Robert, of course,
41.
despises that venue because he didn't have a great deal of success there. I think he only won one match in all of the years he played in the World Match Play against Josh Payne.
100.
I myself didn't have a great record at Blackpool. I wasn't a big fan of playing at the Winter Gardens, if I'm honest.
140.
One of the only wins I got was against Robert. That was the best I played there. And then I was subjected to a game against Wes Newton that haunts my dreams.
95. 140.
Really good scoring here from Burness again. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something meaty here from Thornton, though. And there you have it. He just will not go away. This is an easier chance than a 1-3-8, though. It doesn't result in a match start.
26.
That's actually
Robert,
an effort that he wants to forget.
109.
Treble 19 would have left double 16, but it wasn't close. Burness
54.
is way ahead
72.
in the averages. Way ahead. He's now only 56 away from the win.
52.
And he misses double top.
Robert, you require 55.
Kevin Burness through first in this leg. He's no longer favoured for the match if Thornton hits double 10.
Game shot.
What a great shot that is.
Thornton.
Right in the middle of the plate. Nowhere near the wire. And that's what I like to call a landlocked dart. Smack in the middle. It's 3-3. And Robert Thornton will not be taken out.
Final leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Unless, of course, Burness breaks the throw here. That uncanny quality of
97.
finding a way.
$140.
Today's action, regardless of what transpires in this one and, of course, his match against Adams in match 15, this is going to test Burness mentally
60.
because of yesterday's 80 behind.
60.
Still 20 behind. Burness has nicked the darts. Using them really, really well.
140.
Nod of approval from me. Here he comes. Oh, he doesn't get it. Needed the 140 to leave the 144. And this is now the best chance he's had to win the match. And he's now going to do it because there is a brilliant 12-darter. And when he got that gargantuan average yesterday of 117.2, he finished with a 12-darter. That is a very different style of average, as you can see, 94.58. But the fact of the matter is, to get rid of Thornton in that 7th leg, the way that match transpired, that took some guts. And fair play to Kevin, who gets his first win of the day. We're going to go into the final furlong now. Everybody's got one match remaining, and the first of those matches is Arron Monk against Richie Burnett, who's going for the perfect 10 points. Just to give you an insight as to how close things have been today, the last 3 matches have all gone the distance. 4 legs to 3 to all of them. And that last match was the first match that we've seen in quite a while that has gone to the person on the right-hand side of the draw. So, will that trend continue, or will we revert to type? Arron will be hoping that we are reverting to type, because he is the one who's throwing first here in his last match of the day against this man, who will win the daily table, because nobody ain't going to catch Richie today. I don't know what accent that was.
Okay, first leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
That was half Liverpool and half Texas, I think. Well, maybe I'm just getting a bit carried away with all the darts we've seen today. It has been a brilliant day.
137.
Really dramatic. We've seen a 9-darter. We've seen lots of really good checkouts. But maybe the best one we've seen was in that 9-darter match between Richie and Richardson, where Burnett took it 110 to win the match 4-3. And that was absolutely incredible.
98.
As a result, Burnett will be at the top of today's table. He is on 8, and with 3 players on 4, and only 1 match remaining for all, he can't be caught. But right now, he's thinking 1 more win and get me to 14 points in the Group A table. That will ensure that he is at least tied at the top on points before we go into the final day of Group A tomorrow. The only person who can stick with him points-wise is Adams, who plays Burness in Game 15. Richie has not had any margin for error today if he wants to get into the race. But maybe now he does have the tiniest little room for error. But he's got no idea how things are going to be tomorrow.
141.
Great first start. This time he misses on the treble 19. I don't think he's missed the treble 19 by that much today. He's been very good down there.
144. $60. Arron, you require 56.
Big 16 required for tops. Just a little stutter on the retrieval of the dart from one hand to another, but he does a very good job of fixing that situation. Arron Monk is 1-0 up in this match, and he's looking to inflict the first defeat of the day to Richie Burnett. It hasn't been easy playing him all day long.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
You've talked about Richie's situation in both tables. Oh, that's really unfortunate. That is gif-worthy. That face of Richie Burnett. I think they may have shared a little joke there. Sometimes you need something to break the tension, and there's nobody better at that than Richie Burnett. Time to refocus. Press that button, Arron. The refocus button. Back to what we were saying anyway about Arron's predicament. Today,
96.
He has banked 4 points of a potential 8. He has a leg difference of +3.
140.
And if he can manage to get a win in this match, he would improve on what he did yesterday by an extra win. He would go into tomorrow with 10 points,
59.
only 2 points behind Richie Burnett. And a result that would favour most
96.
people, of course, in the last match of the day, would be a Burness win over Wolfie. That would keep things about as tight as my wallet around my birthday.
85.
This is brilliant.
180.
Really, really good maximum. They're the ones you want. The maximums that set up the shots.
43.
Like
Richie
65.
65.
It's the last opportunity to get a maximum in the leg. Got a choice. 7 or a 3. Oh, no. I think he's done that twice now. I'm sure he did that a couple of weeks ago. But you can't finish one. Arron Monk smells an opportunity here.
Requires 65.
Does he go for the 25 again? He's got the 25 this time. He's not going to bust this.
55. Arron, you requires 78.
And Arron, who hit a good score to get to this point, is thinking, give me tops. Give me tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
A little bit of a reaction there from Arron Monk as well, because that leg belonged to Richie Burnett, and somewhat fortuitously, he was given one shot as Burnett misses tops, misses tens, and misses other things as well.
Game on.
I love watching these two play. There's so much honesty in the room.
127.
That's the thing about these two playing. It's the, for the want of a better word, it's the integrity of it. It's the sheer,
47.
I can't stand to lose attitude. And that is what I love about these two players. I can imagine these two sitting around a round table saying, hello, my name's Arron, I'm a dartaholic. They just love the game. They love to compete. And I'm not sure who coined this phrase, but it might have been Jack Nicklaus, where he said,
100.
I can't stand losing more than I want to win.
.96.
Well, as far as retrievals go, that is a world championship retrieval there from Arron Monk. That was Michael Barnard-esque.
100.
If he'd have walked to the board any faster there, he would have walked through the wall.
$140.
Not really sure how he got that third dot into the 60, but it definitely found its way there, confirmed by our referee Owen Binks. Now, Arron, who in his last match
91.
won 4 legs to 3, well, he lost 4 legs to 3 to
51.
And he was going for double 17 for tops there.
114.
I understand the logic, but he lost 4 legs to 3 to Martin Adams. He may be just brimming a little bit. Double top, and he will be brimming it if this goes.
Game shot on the third leg.
Great
Richie
shot,
Burnett.
and a somewhat eye-rolling celebration, or not celebration, but reaction from Arron Monk at the back of the room there, as if to say, I knew he was going to hit that. That's exactly what you were thinking.
Fourth
But
leg, it's
it is
Richardson
fourth leg
first.
coming up, 2-1 to Monk.
Game on.
Sometimes you play players that
83.
you can feel their presence in these atmospheres here at the Online Darts Live League, and of course at Players Championship events and all sorts of different stages.
58.
You got to respect your opponent. You don't talk when they're throwing. You don't make unnecessary noise with something else.
140.
But some players, you can feel their presence. Richie is one of them. For me, the biggest presence I ever felt when I was playing an opponent was Kevin Painter. Because he would walk so tall. Whether he was getting his darts away from the board, standing at the oche, or walking back. I've never known a player like it.
140.
It wasn't intimidatory or anything like that. It was just the way he is.
44. Richie require 138.
Well, this leg has been a bit of a bust for Arron. Not so much for Richie because he's looking at a level game when he returns.
140. Richie require 40.
The average of Burnett is actually better than Monk by quite some distance.
On the full flag,
It's just
Richie
improved
Burnett.
because that's a 13 darter from Burnett. And I shouldn't ever get carried away when someone gets 2-0 up today because it has been a poison chalice. I might have said that a bit too many times today, but it's level after 4 now.
Throw first. Game on.
Arron is probably more likely to win from this position
140.
than being 3-1 up, in my opinion, because he will stay urgent. Average of Burnett, 93.5. Monk, just a shade over 89. We know he can play better than that, but the problem for Arron, since he was 2-0 up, he hasn't had a shot at a double.
99.
He's still on 100%. 2 shots from 2 in the first 2 legs. And he's still on 100%. Ooh, Richie gives it the full squeezed lemon in the mouth look.
43.
Somebody on social media has got to start doing a collection of Richie Burnett gifs.
57.
If somebody does it, I will use them. There's another one right there. Oh, even Arron Monk's having a bit of a giggle. You can't help but smile when he's around. Oh, he does the old flipper thing there as well. Brilliant. Box office. There's a phrase that gets used too much. Certain box office players these days, you've got nothing on Richie Burnett.
96.
And you know what? Because he's not on tour, he's all ours. The only place to see Burnett at the minute is the Online Darts Live League.
100. Arron, you require 109.
It's been a somewhat tempered leg here from Arron. He's done very well.
69.
It's a wire bender. Good job, good shot, but just didn't dip at the end.
100.
Richie does
Arron,
get
you
to a
require
finish.
40.
You fancy this is leg over.
Game shot on the
Very
fifth
good
leg,
indeed.
Arron Monk.
And I have to say, at the end of last year, when Arron Monk was playing in the Live League, he was mustard on double 10. At times this year he has been, but it hasn't been a friend to him until now. He's 3-2 up, 3-2 up again.
Game on.
One thing I will say about last year is that he was using different darts as well.
100.
He was using a set that were a little bit more broad in the middle and a shorter barrel as well. He's gone back to, I think, an old design set here.
59.
Quite similar to what his dad uses. One of my favourite Monk stories actually involves
100.
his dad, Colin. He once hit a 9-darter with somebody else's darts on the Pro Tour. I think those darts belong to Steve Maish.
59.
Stubborn nature on that 60.
94.
And eventually switches. I wonder if Richie Burnett went to a chiropractor, just how much his hips and his back will be out from all these
140.
scorpion kick follow-throughs. Surely it's going to have some sort of derogatory effect on him.
95.
We could be going to a 4-3 for the 4th match in a row.
93.
Very symptomatic
Richie
of this group.
112.
It's immensely tight. No shot at double 16.
60.
But this
Arron, you require
is a chance
150.
to win the match. Chance no longer. $130 with 2 darts is not an easy decision to make.
58.
But I think you made the right
Richie,
one.
you require 52.
Double 16 to stay in the match.
20.
He somehow found the gap between the dart and the double 16.
Arron, you require 92.
Now watch out, the double-double might be needed here. Double 18 twice. Or tops for double 16.
76.
Great try.
Richie, you require 32.
Could have been 4-2.
Game shown the
Is now 3-3. And for the 4th consecutive match, we are going to the hill. And this very, very tight group continues. Arron Monk looking to get the last remaining points he can get today. And it's the last leg of the day for both of them. If Burnett wins it, he will remain undefeated all day long.
139.
He's up against it. Just got to stay with Monk.
100.
Hope he makes a mistake here. Get on level terms by the middle portion of the leg.
96.
But that's not a mistake. That's decent. Still, a 140 will get him in touch.
$81.
I brought up a really interesting topic a few weeks ago when Richie Burnett was playing. I said if a movie was made about his life, who would play him in a movie?
137.
And the overwhelming reaction was Rhys Ifans. I absolutely agree.
$55. Arron, you require
Maybe he could play himself.
129.
But Arron Monk is 110 away.
64.
And he leaves himself 65 this time. Last time we saw 65, Richie Burnett lost the leg from well in front. So all is not lost yet. Richie, on 265, you've got to go 19s first.
58.
Not meant to
Arron,
be.
you require 65.
Just bad board management, unfortunately. Tops for Monk.
Game
Great
shot
shot.
on the match.
15
Arron
darter
Monk.
to close out that 7-leg game. It was thoroughly enjoyable to watch, but that is the first defeat of the day for Richie Burnett. If you are going to be defeated at the top of the table, you might as well get defeated 4-3 because it won't harm your leg difference too much. But as you can see, 89 average there for Monk, 84 for Richie Burnett. Not the best game that we've seen today, but still very enjoyable. We've still got 2 games to go. James Richardson will now take on Robert Thornton to position themselves in the table ahead of tomorrow. Things are getting very chatty down in the players' area as the two wee men, Robert Thornton and James Richardson, will now do battle. The man who provided a 9-darter for us a little bit earlier on is looking to get 2 more points to position himself well for tomorrow's play. And these two know each other extremely well. They've shared company many, many times in different practice rooms across Europe. But now it's the turn of them to go battle again in this room like yesterday in game number 2, which saw a narrow win by 4 legs to 3, shock horror, to Robert Thornton. The reason I say that is because the last 4 matches have all gone 4-3. We've had 7 matches of our 13 today that have gone all the way. I wonder how many legs we're going to get in this one. Well, if we get 9 more legs over the course of the next 2 matches, we will have played this year 5,000 legs of darts. We have currently played 4,991 legs. So up to you guys. Who could potentially win leg 5,000? James doesn't care. He just wants to win 4 in this game. That is for sure. As far as today is concerned, James has had an improved day. It started
100.
Quite trickily. He lost to Arron Monk, who has just finished his campaign for the day on 6 points and is now on 10 points in the table.
180.
Richardson back in the 180 column early in this game. And I think with the way that Robert has played late yesterday and a little bit towards the end of today's campaign, I'd have Richardson as a favourite in this game. He could potentially repeat what he did yesterday in his last match against Arron Monk. He averaged 107 there and looked extremely strong.
140. James, you require 138.
Traditional route of 61st. A lot of people tend to go for the 19s on that 98. Now. Me included. And this one will rattle along at a fairly decent pace.
99. James, you require 40.
Tops for the first leg. And a very, very healthy first leg at that.
On the
he is definitely improving day on day. Now, yesterday he only picked up 2 points, but today he has been much improved. Not just about that perfect leg, but everything in between has just been a little bit better.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
James has picked up 2 wins today, and if he gets a third,
36.
He will be on the same amount of points as Robert Thornton. This is really important for his position in the table going into tomorrow, for his own confidence.
140.
Because if he beats Robert, he will overtake him in the overall table. And a big win will make sure that Kevin Burness cannot overtake him in the next match against Martin Adams.
85.
So to go from bottom position to 4th, which is what he could possibly do, that would be a good effort.
60.
But he would still be 4 points behind Richie Burnett, who could finish today in 2nd position in the table because Wolfie, with 1 match left, can make 14 points to be in the lead going into tomorrow. Either way, there are going to be some huge matches on Wednesday. Going to be hugely enjoyable.
30.
We will be back from 9:30 in the morning. We hope you can join us. Another one of those.
96.
Same formula. Leaving a double after 12. Very strong scoring. Very consistent. and making it very difficult for Robert
James,
to
you
get
require
any sort of
40.
foothold in this match. Tops again.
Game
This
shot on
time
the
he
second
improves to a
leg, James
13
Richardson.
darter. So that is 27 darts for the first 2 legs. And if he keeps improving, there's only going to be one result here, and it could be a bagel for Robert.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. .95.
Very high level of performance that James has in his locker.
.125.
He knows how good he is. And adding to that, he knows how good he is right now. Who's to say
140.
that the improvement doesn't come tomorrow and he picks up all 10 points
60.
and finishes on 18? He could prospectively win this group if all the results go his way. And that would be
96.
something to see, wouldn't it? We saw Wayne Warren in week 8 of phase 1 start at the bottom on Monday and then work his way up to 3rd place. That was heroic.
You require 170.
But it's another crack at a 170. Had one yesterday. So what other boxes could James Richardson tick then?
86.
Because he's had a 9, he's had a 170 out.
$140. James, you require.
Well, he needs to
84.
just do the 3 167s, doesn't he? Double 12.
Game shot
What
on
a
the third
performance
leg,
this is from James Richardson. He has delivered 41 darts for 3 legs and got rid of Robert Thornton in the first 3 very efficiently. That was the best leg that Robert has thrown in the match, and he still doesn't get a shot at a double.
Game on. .26.
When they played yesterday, it was a lot closer. It's that discussion, isn't it, about playing earlier in the morning as opposed to
100.
after lunchtime, because in the UK now it's 20 to 2. When they played yesterday, it was more in the region of 10 a.m. Some people just aren't morning people.
121.
I get the feeling that James is not a morning person when it comes to playing on the dartboard. Because as the days have got longer, he has got better every single day I've watched him. I still haven't forgiven him for beating me in that German event back in 2011,
100.
where he beat me in the semi-finals to set up a final with Colin Osborne. If you ever watch this, James, I'll never forgive you for that. I mean that in a very affectionate
120.
sense, because he did play better than me in that game. But I really wanted to play Osborne in that final.
140. James, you require 100.
Well, he knows all about 141s. He's had 2 of them this year already.
45.
Sets up 96.
Robert,
But does
140.
Robert Thornton get a shot at a double? No. That sets up 99 with 2, which you can't hit. And in the last
54.
leg, he took out
James,
84.
you require 90.
This is the same shot. Pretty much. But he doesn't get a shot.
56.
If he'd have got the
Robert,
60,
you
it would have been
require
the same height, but just to the right instead of the left. Double top for Thornton.
20.
Not meant to be, and his leg difference is about to
James
suffer a
requires 40.
huge blow. Tops for Richardson,
Game
and in
shot
she
and the
goes
match.
for a
James
brilliant
Richardson.
performance, and it should be the best average of the day. So let's have a look at the stats, because that 4-0 victory for James Richardson gets him a 105.47, and for the second day in succession, he has his best performance, arguably because he had a 9 darter earlier, but he did lose that match. He hasn't lost this one. 105, and 80% on the checkouts, which is similar to Burness from yesterday when he had the 117. That is brilliant. It's just the only way to put it. Robert Thornton has much to mull, but Martin Adams and Kevin Burness will now return to the hockey to finish us up for the day. James Richardson has just got his second 4-0 victory of the day, and his leg difference has swollen into the positive column, so he is very much in the reckoning for tomorrow's top spot. If he has a perfect day, of course. But Martin Adams can be top of the table going into day number 3 of Group A if he beats Kevin Burness here. Plenty of smiles coming from the 55-year-old Kevin Burness, but he's had to work extremely hard today to get 2 points. But the same could be said of this man. Very, very different story to yesterday, where they shared a lot of joy. And they came up with 16 points between them. But today, only 4. Incredible difference from Monday to Tuesday. We do have our top 3 positions absolutely solid in the daily table. So if you've had a little flutter on the winner of the daily table, that is Richie Burnett. He's top. Second is James Richardson with a very much improved day. Third is Arron Monk, behind Richardson on leg difference. And the bottom 3 positions could change based on the result in this match. As far as the Group A table is concerned, Richie Burnett is currently at the top of the table.
121.
Adams can affect that. If he wins this match, he would finish on 14 points in Group A.
85.
Going into tomorrow if he gets the 4 requisite legs. I mentioned the amount of legs that we've played this year so far. If we get 5 legs in this match, we will play the 5,000th leg of the year. The only way we don't is if someone wins 4-0. And then the 5,000th leg will be the first leg of tomorrow. Adams has started hot here.
100.
Very, very good. And after getting that first win against Arron Monk, where he worked viciously hard at the very end,
140. Martin,
maybe he's got his tail up a little bit. And the wolf is ready to hunt. Great first start for Tops. That is an 11-darter from Martin Adams, his best leg of the day. And I think the most important thing about that leg is that he took the double the first time of asking. He's had no problems with the treble 20 today, but the outer ring has been a bit evasive.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
When they played yesterday, it was in the first match of Phase 2.
55.
at around 9:40 yesterday morning. I said at the time that if this is the standard we were going to get used to, then maybe we were going to have a good day. Well, these guys set the standard because the mean average in that match of around 94.5, that's exactly what we got yesterday. Ultimately, it was a 4-3 win for Adams with an average of over 96. How he would take that again today. Don't forget that we will return tomorrow morning from 9:30 to see the climax of this group, where the fixtures will be muddled up for your entertainment purposes.
83.
I wonder who's going to be playing late in the schedule. With it being so tight, the early matches will have a massive bearing. That graphic at the bottom of your screen at Darts Live League, that's where you get all the results. The league tables will be published through that page as soon as we're finished today as well.
98.
Be sure to follow Online Darts on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook, where not only they will cover this tournament, but indeed the Premier League and, of course,
100.
all of the events with the PDC throughout the summer, including the World Match Play. World Match Play is somewhere where Martin Adams has played before. If you didn't know that,
60.
Then maybe you should have a look at the 2001 Championship. It was pretty good.
$100.
110. A finish that Richie Burnett extinguished in a fabulous match earlier with James Richardson. It's not going to go this time. Treble 12.
50.
Would have set up that double 18 bed.
137.
Downstairs first on the 137. He's looking for 57 tops.
57. Martin, you require 60.
Now, the ideal dart for Martin here is top right of the single. No, he goes right in the middle.
Game shot on the second
How
leg.
dare I
Martin
question
Adams.
the great Wolfie, because the darts do sit a little bit to the right sometimes. Just trying to give him the best possible advice to give him the most bed to aim at. But when you're Martin Adams, you can hit it from anywhere. Really good performance so far.
Game on.
Average of just shy of 97 so far for Martin.
97.
Who will have played against some great Northern Irish players in his time. The amount of countries that he will have played against in that England shirt and those famous red trousers. Now that would be a statistic and a half. How many countries has Martin Adams played against in Europe Cup, in World Cups, in individual matches? Now that would be a stat for you to find. So that's your challenge going into tomorrow. If you can give me proof of that, I might just stick a gold star on your head. Well, Martin, right now, I'm licking my finger with a gold star about to put it on your head because you've just hit your second maximum of the match.
100.
Plenty of gold on this guy. A somewhat old school look where the dart players wear their pension on their hands. Oh, yeah.
65.
We've seen all sorts today. We've seen a 9. We've seen an 11 in this match. But Adams is setting up a 10.
100. Martin, you require 16.
This is obliterating. And that one is in. It's another 11. And that's what you call a celebration for an 11 darter. Just an 11. Done that many times. 3-0 up. One more. Job done.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Martin Adams is determined to make sure that the 5,000th leg is tomorrow.
95.
And the way he's playing, that is going to be the case. In the first 3 legs of the last match, Richardson completed them in 41 darts. In the first 3 legs of this match, it was 42. And that is a really unfortunate fallout of the board. All of the momentum was taken by the dart there. It didn't have enough pace to keep it in the board. A typically unsympathetic effort here from Wolfie in response.
140.
He's found a bit of sharpness at the end of today's play because earlier it was just looking a little bit languid.
60.
I'll be fascinated to see what he can leave here from 266. I've been talking about these types of numbers a lot lately. If in doubt, just hit a maximum.
180.
He's looking for a third 11 darter in this match.
41. Martin, you require 86.
This will make his average possibly the best he's ever had in the Online Darts Live League. Double 16. Extraordinary. What a performance from Martin Adams. What a way to finish our day here. And Kevin Burness has no answer to that. Adams will go into Wednesday as the #1 player in the table. Everybody has still got to catch him. Look at that. Best average of the day, 111.33. And that was against the guy who's got the best average of the week. So Wolfie saving his best for last. Everybody, thank you very much for tuning in today. We have really loved having your company. Whether you tuned in through your favourite bookmakers' streaming capabilities or whether you tuned in through the YouTube page of Online Darts. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson signing off for now. But join us tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. as I will be back. Will you?